Okay, and welcome. Welcome, everyone. Let's see if you hear me. Let's do a sound check for the crowd out here. Okay, and welcome. Welcome, everyone. Let's see if you hear me. All right, it looks like I am being heard. So, welcome in, and let me stop this music. Happy Friday. What's up with everyone on the Friday? Boom. Happy Friday to you. We love you so much. Thank you for being here. Aho. Aho. Ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So, let me say hello to my lovelies in the chat. We have a long list of special guests for you tonight. And boy, I think you're going to love it. I think you're really going to love it. So let's say we're going to say hello to Bonnie. What's up, Bonnie? What's up, Teresa? Noe Amos. Kayla. Christine. Zero Cool. All right, Amy. What's up, Amy? Yeah, you guys please hit the support pad, please. There you go. Thank you, Amy. Kayla, I said hello. Hello, Fur Baby Daddy. What's up, Fur Baby Daddy? Adrian. Adrian says hit the like, y'all. Judy Hathaway. All right. Wow, look at you guys. Sunflower Soul, welcome in. Jamie, welcome in. Okay. It's a new day. What's up? Happy last Friday evening before trial. Well, that's my point. Yes. Thanks for picking up on it. Okay. Jamie and Dennis McKean. What's up, Dennis? All right, Dennis. Yes. What's up, Phoenix? All right. Sandy D. What's up? Jamie again. Sandy D. Kathy S. Deborah. What's up, Deborah? Okay. Audra. All right. Big Fish, Small Pond. Icy Cat. I hope Prof Mod's chat. Great presentations this week, Prof. Sorry to announce they found an aneurysm in my basilar vein in the base of my skull. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Please get your care ASAP, Icy Cat. What's up, Bobby Smith? Royal Wee, what's up, Royal Wee? Hello to you. Digital. Hey, Digital. All right, boom. David Rogers. What's up? All right. Hey, Kayla. Rita Dean. Hello, Rita. Hey, Nancy Drew. All right. Wow. So everyone's in here. So good to see you. Wow. Had a great night last night. Now, listen, everyone in the chat, please be a gentleman and gentle lady and join the chat here. Everyone in the Lurker crew, join in and chat. Please welcome those who join. Enjoy it. Okay. Enjoy it. All right, the chat is for you. What's up, Lisa? Okay, Lisa. All right, so tonight's show is The Delphi Murders, a community discussion. And the objective of the show tonight is to discuss the upcoming trial for Richard Allen in the attempt to head in a direction for justice for Abby and Libby. And so tonight, we're going to have somewhat of a roundtable so that we can hear from everyone about their excitement about this week coming and all we have to look forward to, and maybe looking back on all we've been through. But I plan on having several guests tonight all together to share some love and really take our time in just enjoying each other's presence, because we've been going through such a lot of heartache and seriousness and stress and all the things that people go through, especially pursuing this line of information. So I wanted to have a nice time enjoy each other tonight. So that's what this is. And how can I say it? Well, that's what every Friday show is. That's why I try to maintain a regular Friday schedule where nothing else is regular on this channel. But for sure, my Fridays are pretty much as regular as they're going to get. So every Friday, I love to have a better show, a community show. So that's what we're doing tonight, and I just welcome you all. I'm welcoming in my guests who are going to join me. Okay, and I think you guys are going to be very happy with tonight's show. All of you in the chat, please keep one thing in mind. The chat's for you to enjoy and to really get to know each other and be nice to each other. And there should never be any problems. So problems are a rarity, and we'll keep it that way. So we love you guys and appreciate that. Anyway, 87 watching. Hopefully there's 87 likes already. And I wish there were 87 in the chat. And that's what I'll stick with. And I want to say a very extra special thank you to the wonderful viewer who sent me a new microphone. So you'll see here we have a new microphone for the show. And I would like to thank my viewer who sent me the microphone. It's quite a blessing in addition to the channel. Hopefully for you listeners, it makes things better. Okay, now I may not have it set properly. We'll see when I listen back to the replay, but hopefully the sound will be better for you. That's been a goal of mine, and we had a wonderful viewer make it happen. And I just want to give thanks for that. And so everyone give a round of applause for the wonderful contribution to the channel. Hopefully that will improve the sound quality. So, yeah. Anyway, that's what we're working with. And let's see what we got here. I got all my guests getting lined up. So give me a moment, and give me a moment also. While you're at it, please hit the like and say hello to anyone new coming into the chat. Just give me one moment. Okay, let's see. So we have a new person here, Amy. What's up, Amy? Thank you for coming in. I mean, it's your first time coming in, but thank you for coming in. First time catching a live. I always watch the replay. Well, it's an honor to have you in on a live, and thank you so much for catching the replays. That's very nice. All right, Aaron Town. Wow, I hear you perfectly without having to turn up the volume at all. Awesome. Well, thank you to our wonderful viewer who sent in the microphone. It's just a blessing. This entire endeavor has become a blessing. Started off as quite a challenge and a heartache, and has turned into quite a blessing. So let's see what we're dealing with here. Anyone else new coming in? All right. It's a new day. Thank you for the super chat. Look at it. Let's see. Let's see that. It's already gone back. Super sticker. Thank you. It's a new day. Awesome. Very nice of you. Now, let's see. Jojo, what's up? I didn't say hey. What's up, Jojo? I missed you. What's up, Jojo? Commentator Rude, what's up? What's up, commentator? All right. Now we got Monday. What's up, Monday? Monday says we need to go back to Monday. Or before Monday. I see you guys. Okay. Nice to be with you all. All right. So interesting factoid. Remember I told you guys that there were several people who had been blocked in my chat. Well, yes, there were, and I went and I found them, and I'm not going to name them, and I will be getting to the bottom of who did it. But let me just say, you put five of my favorite, absolute favorite people in the dungeon, and for that there is no forgiveness. So no more putting my chat in the dungeon, and if you get caught, you'll be in the dungeon. What's up, Optometrist Prime, one of my longtime, very first viewers. Good to see you back, and long time no see. And as you can tell, I probably could use an upgrade, up to Optometrist. Can we connect behind the scenes? All right. Okay, you guys. Suede, what's up, Suede? Okay, everyone's here. Let me get my guest in here. I'm having a guest. One of my guests is having a glitching problem, so I'm trying to be patient and wait for her. But maybe we'll have to just get started without her. All right, let's see. Yeah, rogue mod. Exactly, Jamie. Rogue mod. Using the wrench for nefarious purposes. But that's okay. They're going to get hit with the wrench as soon as I figure out who it is. But yeah, five of my good peeps in the dungeon. I was not pleased when I went dig through my dungeon earlier today. All right, so hey, meow meow. All right, boom. Well, let's see if I can get this. All right, well, we'll stop waiting. Okay, she'll join when she joins. And we have two other guests. So there's 3, 4, 5. We've got about 6 guests lined up. Now we'll see how many of them come in on time. Right, so.
What's up?
Oh, too loud.
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
What's up, you ladies and gentlemen?
Mm-hmm.
It's Friday night, dude.
It's Friday night.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, I have another guest who's struggling to get onto the panel, and then I got 2 more guys that are out partying, and so they'll be late.
That's right.
Oh, heck yeah.
Good to see you
Okay,
guys.
so let's see who we got here. We got some people talking here. Let's see. We got
Teresa's here.
Jojo said, "Did anyone see the 24-minute segment?" No, I saw it and I immediately laughed and said, "I'm not watching that crap."
Yeah. For what was that?
Some kind of grift Delphi special on the WTHR that I'm sure it was going to be in just a regurgitation of something boring. It's rare to see such a nice chat as this one. I agree. Hey, Amy, what up? You might fit in here. Okay, part 1 and part 2 was great. Thank you. Well, thank you. I believe it was great too. If I do say so myself, it was. I wanted that to be 1 episode, but it would have been 9 hours, so that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah, 9 hours is too long.
Yeah, that would have been too much. I don't do the 9-hour streams. Look, Meow says party horn for old time's sake and the nice chat. Sorry, that I killed it. I killed the party horn. Erin will celebrate. She hates it. All right, so you guys, boom. Welcome in Friday. Happy Friday to you two.
Oh, thank you. Happy Friday.
Happy Friday, man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Alex has sort of shaved a little, but got the nice haircut. Looking nice, bro.
Thank you. Yeah, it was getting in the way. Dude, it was too much, so I had to get rid of it. I need a haircut next, dude. I got the chia pet thing going on, but that'll happen, dude. But yeah, times are good right now, man. I can't complain. It's really good. Yeah, the only recommendation or whatever I have to give, dude, it's helped me a lot, is like other stuff outside of Delphi in what's that called? Like parallel with Delphi, it makes the experience a lot better when it's your only thing going on and your head's wrapped up in that loop and shit. Even if shit's going good, it's not as good, you know. It's just not as good. But when it seems to like everything just seems to like be way better when you got other shit going on, you know. So it doesn't have to be other cases, but like other hobbies, fucking other interests, you know, other research. They like enhance each other or something. I don't know, but I'm telling you, man, it's a good time to be alive right now, you know, for sure.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Good show last night, Adrian. Your chat was so nice, except for
No.
one person.
Yeah,
No.
Yeah, the one person I wanted to hit with a wrench, but
Oh, okay.
we'll leave her out of it. Okay.
Okay.
I see
Well,
some
thank
new faces in the chat. I really do. Thank you. Those of you who are new coming in, just welcome to the world, the universe here, and thank you so much for coming in. We love seeing new faces.
yeah.
All right. Well, shit, you got the perp lights. I got the blue lights, and Adrian has the orangey with clutter central in the background. So
I know it's
It's organized chaos. Okay.
But G Ray says, Adrian, the view in your room is beautiful. He's
Thank
talking. He
you.
must be projecting that it's you. It's
Oh, what my room? I mean, like, it's organized chaos, guys. I worked very hard to put all that together. So
yeah,
yeah, you didn't
pretty
judge it
sick.
anymore. Okay, that's cool. That's cool, big fish.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hmm.
Let's get this party started, man.
Yeah, let's do this. Let's do this.
well. So yeah, I was waiting for my other guest, but she's still struggling to get in. Let's see. I ain't got an answer for her. Hmm.
Dude, I gotta show something, dude. It's pretty sick. I haven't done this in like since 2019, but yeah, my stepdad, dude, I got his Florida prison pants, dude. Look at that crap, dude. That's stylish
What?
as hell, bro.
Oh my
Hell
gosh,
yeah,
that's
bro.
awesome.
Are they cut in the shorts? You cut them in the shorts?
No, I think they were shorts, but yeah,
Whoa.
they don't have pockets, dude.
Oh, I'm jealous.
Oh man, shout out to Dr. Halakis, and you know what I'm talking about. And oh man, those were good times, bro. Those were good times back in the day.
What's up, Radar? What's up, Radar?
Oh, hey, Radar.
Radar, join the panel. What the hell, Radar? My other guest is struggling. We need you in here. Get your butt in here, Radar. All right.
Let's do it.
Yeah. So anyway, so I was gonna to start off on a different subject with my other guest, but since she's struggling, let me get started on this. So we had some boom shakalaka this week. You know what I mean? Some boom shakalaka.
Hey, good.
And let's see if I can accurately represent the boom shakalaka was a requested transport of inmates, and that's Keegan Klein, James Chadwell, James Haas, and Reese Davis Jr. There's a whole bunch of skullduggery going on right now about about what this means.
Mm-hmm.
And I love when others are wrong and I'm right. I mean, who doesn't?
Well, enlighten us, because I was guessing last night and I had no idea what I was talking about.
Hey, well, that's what I'm getting into. Let's go around the circle. Let's go around the circle because I'll take. Hey, we're all opinions. This is a community discussion. This is not the Prouf's discussion.
Yeah.
But I'll give my little 2 cents. Somebody saying tentacles. Yeah, thank you. That's, I guess. Okay, she's starting me off with my 2 cents. Okay, tentacles.
Yeah, I'm jealous of
No, what do you think, Adrian? Let's ladies first here. Ladies first.
I think it's a publicity stunt. No, I think it's probably probably the most basic thing, but that like Keegan is gonna be like probably somewhat related, but the other guys like the Reese or Richie or whatever his name is, he's probably gonna be like showing abuse in the prison system, maybe. And then Chadwell, I'm like, are they gonna like dig into criminal underworld in some way?
Yep.
That's all I got. That's all I got. That's it. That's about it though.
Okay. I mean, that's kind of a smorgasbord there. You got several different conspiracy theories all in one.
Mm-hmm.
What about you, Voorhees? What's up? What's up, man?
It's good times. But speaking on criminal underworld, I heard a rumor going around that like I was abused in the foster care system in Indiana, and that's why I'm like so mad at everybody and police. And it reminded me of Joe Dirt. Remember when he's at the car dealership and the guy's like, I'm only doing this because I heard Buffalo Bob stuck a road flare up your bunghole, and that's like pretty much sums up my past week as far as criminal underworld. But as far as the case goes, yeah, it's looking good, dude. They're honing in on shit more,
Okay.
Did you ever see Joe Dirt, Prof?
American classic.
Let me say that I saw clips. I saw portions of it in my investigation of one of the troll farm. Yes.
Oh, I bet. No, that's a good movie.
Because one of the troll farm is obsessed with this particular endeavor you're discussing.
Yeah, I saw that shit in theaters, dude. It's funny.
Oh man. Yeah.
I told him one of my friends that was being said that I was like abused at a foster care system by cops and stuff, and that's why I'm so mad and agitated. And then he was like, that's fucked up. And I'm like, he's like, why would they say that? And I'm like, I don't know, but that shit was funny. But not funny for what it is, but funny for like other reasons. But it is like Joe Dirt for sure, man. Yeah. But
well, I'm thinking, okay. I give you the prof. I always give the caveat in case I'm wrong. I'm going to give you the out.
Yeah.
So the out is that the idiot morons on Reddit may be correct that there's about probably a 8.98% chance that the individuals will be there to testify regarding their own experiences with the Indiana criminal justice system or law enforcement. But no, I don't think so. My opinion, what I'm looking at, I mean, we got like a couple murderers, one of whom murdered someone on Deer Creek. We got a meth dealer, and we got Keegan Klein. I mean, what do we think they're going to be in the courtroom for? I mean, like fucking, anyone can testify to the corruption of Indiana law enforcement. We don't need these particular individuals, two of whom were suspects in the crime from the very beginning. Hey, look, we got another guest has suddenly popped in, but it's still not my young lady friend. But sir, you have to remove that photo.
What's up? What's up?
What's up?
Good to see you. How you doing, man?
Oh, I'm just hanging out like this.
4 pits.
See you, 4 pits.
4 pits, ladies and gentlemen.
I got this nasty look I can't get off my face.
Sir.
Damn.
Sir, I think you may get me kicked off YouTube.
Yeah.
Man, we don't want to be worse than the Delphi dummies. We got to be better.
Oh, we have someone else. Hey, someone says you got to turn up a little, Alex Voorhees.
Yeah, can you hear me? Is it all muffled and shit?
It's just quieter.
Fuck.
Compared to Prof's awesome mic.
I can turn down some. How about that? What's up, Julie?
Hi, guys.
Oh, hi, Julie. Hello.
How are you?
How you doing, Julie?
And hey,
So-
Fulton.
How you doing?
So Baldwin and Rozzy must have found some shake and bake to go with.
Tell us what that means.
I think they're shaking the trees right now. All kind of nuts are falling off.
They're going
I've
to
had
shake. They're
multiple
going to
phone
shake
calls.
and then they're going to bake.
You know what, you guys, I was on a long walk today and I was receiving multiple messages. Can you fill us in what was what the filings were today, Prof?
Julie, you're a little low. Could you anyway be a little louder?
Okay, just a second. Is this
That's better already. Oh yeah,
Okay.
that's better.
Okay. So I was on a walk today and I received multiple messages that there were filings today. Could you fill us in on what they were?
The filings today I don't care about. They're about Monica Walla. I don't really care about today, but yesterday I care a lot about. Did you hear what we were talking about in the backstage?
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. I was trying to sign in and
Okay, I'll tell you about that. That yesterday, what it was is there are 4 transport motions. Okay,
yeah.
one for Keegan Klein, one for James Chadwell, one for James Haas, and one for Reese Davis Jr. And we were just speculating as to how these individuals will be utilized as witnesses for the defense.
Okay. So what do you guys think?
Well, let's go back around and start with Josh this time.
This can't go on because I told Frank Meister that it's Richard Allen.
Oh, are you Becky right now?
Oh, okay.
I was like, what the hell? Yeah. That's crazy, man.
What about you, Alex? What you want to repeat your?
No. I'd rather not, but I will say, yeah, it's Criminal Underworld, and you know me, dude. I'm like a fly on shit with that Stevenson's bullshit, you know. So like, yeah, but it's looking in that direction, which is a lot of directions that had nothing to do with me before I came on the case, you know. But yeah, dude, there's a lot of people that were kind of right about certain stuff before I even came on the case, you know. We know who they all are and shit. It's looking pretty good.
Chadwell did visit the bridge, I believe,
Really?
prior to the murders. Is that right, Julie?
Well, you know, that's what I'm hearing. But
Yes.
but you know, I can't. I don't know myself. Like, if I don't know something, one person, like at least the first person or one person removed, I will not say that I unequivocally know that. So I can't confirm that.
I can relate to that. I know it was pretty solid talk for a while. So I guess he was staying out under the bridge. So like maybe they found something there. I don't know.
I mean, there were a lot of people that were there. I mean, there are screenshots, there are pictures of people that were there, like that morning, February 13th. That morning, and we don't know how long they stay because you know what, Four Pits, do you know how long does it take if you're going to make a batch of meth? Typically speaking, how long does that take from the time you start till the time it's finished? And I know it depends on how much you're making, but could you tell us approximately?
Well, the fast stuff they did the shake and bake, they could do in a couple hours. But if you wanted to really do the process and do it right, you're talking 6 hours.
Okay, so shake and bake, what does that net you?
A quantity?
Yes.
Normally not that much. Maybe.
Okay, so like how many people could that be sold to typically if you do a shake and bake?
That was usually probably 20 people. 20 people would get high off that maybe for a day or two.
And how much would you sell that to? Over like 20 people times how much? How much would that net you money wise?
Oh, well, you might make $500.
Okay, no. Okay, so what do you get if you're out there for an extended period of time? What does that net you? Because I think that that's what was happening. I think that people at the bridge were out there for an extended period of time.
Back when I was running with all them guys, if they did a good batch, they could come up with a couple ounces, which, you know, possibly $5,000 or so.
5,000?
Now we're starting to talk here. Yeah.
That makes sense.
A lot of that determined on the precipitation in the air. So
people that don't know anything about meth, and myself included, if you go out there and you start your batch, whatever you have to do, this magical stuff, like, um, what do you have to do? Like, after you start making this stuff, what do you have to do out there? Do you have to stay out there and watch it? Can you leave
Well,
and come back? What's the whole process of this thing?
once you mix your pills and your batteries and stuff up, it cooks for a while, kind of. So a lot of people would come back and then they would smoke it off with the anhydrous. They'd cool it
Come
down.
back after how long? Like, give us kind of like a step process if you can.
So if they were doing the shake and bake, they'd come back in 2 to 3 hours and they'd smoke it off.
And they'd be done and they'd
If
leave.
they were doing it in their little house lab, they'd do the whole process 6 hours, and depending on the precipitation in the air, is how much quantity that would drop for their batch. The less precipitation and less humidity, the better their chances were for a bigger batch.
Okay,
So in a February month with no precipitation, the weather's right.
and can I ask you, like, if you are like, if you know, like, people that would be making meth, would you typically be somebody that's also using meth while you're making it?
Oh yeah, them guys. Yeah, Carroll County had a couple boys that burnt themselves up at Davis Real Estate. They were
And
high,
what's
and
it do to your mind? Take somebody that's like a sober mind and take somebody that's using meth and that's making meth. What kind of things would it make you do aside, like, compare on meth while you're making it and somebody that's completely sober? What's the difference between your whole entire thought process, especially when people are coming up on you?
intensify everything. Sexual behavior, your intellectual tuning into, like, especially web, anything to do with computers, your anger level, your trigger.
What if you're somewhere in a wilderness and you're making meth and somebody comes up and they may threaten the fact that you're making meth? What could it ever take? Like, do you know of anybody that it could take out of your normal mind process? Obviously, you're going to be like on meth, but what would it do to somebody that normally would not be a quote unquote killer,
Well,
or somebody that would be aggressive? How does it make you more aggressive if you're on meth, making meth, and you're wanting to protect your product?
and you're paranoid, and you're Superman, and you have stalking skills way better than the sober human being. You have an energy level that supersedes any sober human being.
Could it cause
you're
anger?
You're dangerous.
Anger beyond what you would normally be?
Anybody high on meth, especially for a couple of days, is, in my book, dangerous.
What if you're somebody that's considered bugging, which means that your neural pathways in your brain are saturated to the point where you start to get a body rash?
Yeah,
Because
you're short.
you are saturated to the point where you don't even know where you are, can't even remember what you did, and you're out there doing this deed for somebody and making this large quantity of meth. Have you well, I could probably ask you, I don't, if you're not okay, answering this, that's fine. If you, or somebody that's done that, tell me about where that puts your behavior if you get to that point.
Psychotic. You're deranged. You're delusional. So, yeah. And I learned all this from that crowd.
Mm-hmm.
So
from what crowd, Josh?
Derek German and Chester and the Delphi dope cooks, and the cops know who they are and were. It's not a mystery for me to share this with you.
Okay, so I talked to a person one time.
I mean, Julie, literally, we're talking about one of your ex-boyfriends. All his family members except Randy were involved in this stuff.
Oh shit! What? Oh my god! Oh yeah. Well, listen, I saw some of this stuff firsthand back in the 1980s, including NM's family members, and
Yeah.
yeah, I saw all this, like, because I well, listen, I can tell you back in the 1980s, I don't care if anybody plays this. I took a puff off a marijuana cigarette. Like, that's what I told my husband. I've never done any drugs. I don't take any medicines or anything like that. But like back in the day, oh, I took a little puff and I fell asleep. I'm like, I'm not going to do that again. But it was when I was hanging around NM's family, all the family members, a bunch of the DBs. I can't even tell you the names because I don't want to
We
get like
already
back.
know, and they already know.
They probably do already know. So I hung around these people. It was interesting to see Dave Erskine end up marrying the niece of the guy that I dated, who I was living at Randy German's house, and then um, Brad German came to live with us. And by the way, I'm going to say something. I love Brad German. Brad German is an amazing man. He's a good man. So if
I've never had a problem with Brad in all my life.
Brad is, I love Brad German, and I like
He's the grandfather they need to sympathize for,
he really
not
is.
Mike
Brad
Patty.
German, no, Brad German, Terry, and I know they're close to Tara. Um, I knew Brad in the 80s, and he was always so sweet to me. And when he was going through a divorce with Becky, he came and lived with me and my boyfriend at the time. And Tara and Derek probably don't remember, but they came to stay. They came to see Brad, and I played with them out in the yard. These cute little kids, and that was kind of like my memory of them.
Yeah,
And
that's
like, this
nice
is
you could
how
do that.
I'm thrust into this whole thing because of that. Like, I Brad has always been the heart of hearts of a man. I love, 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 love him. And he did tell me, he's like, yeah, when I saw him at the 1 year anniversary, he's like, yeah, we find out this guy, yeah, you don't even have to worry about
Well,
whoever
Julie,
did
it's like
this.
this. They wanted everybody to help and speak up and tell what they want to know. And then as soon as some of the locals that had history and knowledge started speaking up, oh, now we're the bad guys.
I do want to say something. You're right. And
So
I want to say something. I want to clarify it, because every single time that I've been out on Facebook, which is very rare because I've been kicked off multiple times, I want to say that one of the family members on that side over there has come up to try to speak against me. And one of the things was what Brad German told me. And I saw Brad at the 2019 presser, after I'd already seen him at the 1 year anniversary. And I went down and I was talking to him. He's like, they don't, nobody ever tells me anything. We wouldn't have known about the 2019 presser had I not seen it on the news. He said, so my wife and I, Terry, we saw it on the news, so we came here. They were being kept in the dark. So he started telling me about a story that my sister had already been told about by Dell Woods, which is his half brother. And my sister had told me about a story on the other end, which I didn't believe. But when Brad told me about a story, and he didn't tell me the full story, but he told me half of it, and it was identical to what my sister told me, I knew that there had to be some truth in this whole thing, which I've never put out there because I don't want to put something that I cannot confirm. But the one thing that I can confirm with through Brad is that he did go out searching. He did have a shirt of Libby's that he let his dog sniff, because he said he and his brothers had these search dogs, and that the dogs, his dog went to the edge of the creek. Now, listen, it was dark, so I just assumed that it was the 13th. Well, Becky confirmed that it was, oh, humor me. Were you out there the 13th? And he goes like, no, I was out there the 14th. But she didn't tell the rest of the story. And the rest of the story was this. So it basically was trying to discredit what I said, because what I said was I reverberated what Brad German said. And I know that Brad German wants the truth to be known. Why would you want to hide it, or why would you want to usurp half of it? And the truth is this: in the wee hours of the 14th, when Brad German was out there, so it was still dark, okay? That was probably 6, 7 o'clock in the morning still. When he took his dog out there with sniffing Libby's shirt, he walked off the edge of the bridge over to the edge of the creek, and the dog started barking and pulling him across the creek. And he says, "You know what? We were stopped." And I said, "Let me guess, by Michael Capitanio." He's like, "How did you know?" And I said, "Because I heard he stopped some other people." He's like, my dog was pulling me across because he was barking and barking. He got halfway across the creek. They made me pull him back and said, 'You can't go over to that side. It's already been searched. We need to
Yeah,
go this
right,
way.'"
right.
And he even said, I feel bad because maybe I might have been able to save Libby. So that is 100%. I have absolutely no reason to doubt that Brad experienced that. And if anybody tries to discredit that by saying, "Well, let me discredit that. He was there he wasn't there that night. He was there the next morning." That's all we're going to say. There's something wrong with that. You get what I'm saying?
I don't see where they've on this side of the fence they've been able to discredit any of what's been brought up.
Well, whatever I say is always trying to be discredited.
I mean, like
Discredited.
whatever Prof's done and Alex, they can't discredit none of that. There's receipts. The only receipts we're not being shown is on the other side. We got to have a fair trial here. We
All
have to
the
have a fair
receipts are
trial.
deleted. They delete all the receipts, like 70 days worth of receipts plus all the family stuff.
We got reverse psychology coming from Ellie and the Patty side. Is how I feel. You're trying to turn this around like everybody else is wrong, but the receipts are there to be seen.
I want any of you. Listen, I want you guys to play devil's advocate, okay? I want you to give me the other side of it because I'm sitting at work on February 14th of 2017. My sister gets a phone call from Cody. She calls me immediately. So by that time it's like 12:25. She's like, "Cody, Julie, Cody just called me. Cody just called me. He said the girls were found." I said, "Oh my God, are they okay?" She's like, "No, no, no." She said that Jake Johns saw some clothes in the creek, and he looked over and saw one of the girls half in and half out of the water, and the other one was further up the bank. And I was like, "What?" I said, "They're dead?" And she said, "Yes." And she said, "Cody said that Josh Lank," because I said, "Who's Josh?" She goes, "Josh Lank." It used to be married to Tara. Josh Lank said they had been found in a cabin, but then they must have escaped, and they were found at the creek. And I said, "So is that why they weren't found the night before?" She was, "I guess because they had been found. They were in a cabin, but they had escaped to the creek." That's the first inkling that I knew of anything about a cabin. And everybody can see the screenshots. They're still out there where Josh said they were in a cabin. Now, if anyone wants to doubt what Josh says, Josh was helping Mike Patty. Mike Patty had gone on a podcast with Nancy Grace, and a year later was the first time I think anybody publicly had heard that Mike Patty says Josh, my former son-in-law, got me a canoe and was helping me search for the girls and got me a canoe that morning, was searching. How can you make a mistake when you're helping hand in hand Mike Patty, and you not only tell Cody, but you also later go out on Facebook and say that they had been in a cabin but they were found dead at the water? How is it that you make that kind of grave mistake? Can you guys give me the opposite answer? Tell me how that can happen.
That would take some mental gymnastics.
Gymnastics, yeah. I was gonna say that. Yeah.
Well,
What's up, Noe?
and then Ellie never come out and put the fire out on any of this stuff. So,
Well, Kelly Brown, I know that she's controversial, but when she went out, I hadn't known her before, and I only knew her because I'm like, how does she know all this stuff? And I was a little bit afraid of her whenever I first started talking to her, because I said to my sister, how does she know so much about the family when you and I are the only ones that know this? And my sister's like, I don't know. I don't know. I think maybe she had a relationship with somebody there. And then we got to talking. Like, she's like, no, because she had talked to so many people, when she went out on Facebook was reiterating that Josh Lank had said that these girls were found in a cabin. She got a picture sent to her And she said that Tara and Amanda, or whatever, whoever it was, she said it was Tara and somebody else, sent her a picture of a hotel that she was at for a conference and said, we know where you are. And then she got a message from Josh saying, I'm going to tweak your house and I'm going to burn your house down if you talk about the cabin anymore.
Wait, whoa, say
And
that again. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
they were going to tweak her house and burn it down if she
Who
talked about
who who was this?
Josh Lang.
No,
Lank's a
who was the
smart ass.
female?
Josh
Lank thinks he thinks he's something else. Josh Lank does.
Who was the
Josh
woman
Lang
that?
He's a real smart ass.
Josh Lang telling Kelly Brown this,
I
okay?
see. I see.
And, and,
Wow.
and they actually took a picture of a hotel she was at to let her know that, hey, we know where you are, so shut your mouth. And so they left it alone. And then when Hannah Shakespeare went to do the documentary, there were three things that she wasn't allowed to talk about. She was not allowed to ask about Derek. She wasn't allowed to ask about Cody, and she was not allowed to ask about the cabin. Why?
There's so much, even with the Richard Allen thing, like the Patties, nobody knew this guy. Nobody knew this guy. Oh wait, we found pictures of your family partying in the bar with them. They visited often. The niece was one of the bartenders. The sister was seen in a picture with her arms around Kathy out, but nobody knows nobody. Nobody knows nothing. No,
Nobody knows the connections to him per se. Like nobody
well,
knows if he's.
no,
I don't know if he's
nobody's.
connected. I don't know if he is, but if he is, there's got to be some other connections here.
Well,
Let's
that's right. And Ellie hasn't come and put that fire out, or the families
Yeah.
haven't. So
yeah.
how can people just squash it?
What's Brother Maximilian? I have a
What's up, Noe?
hypothesis. I want Julie to go back and clarify what Brother
Hell yeah.
Maximilian said.
So
What,
what
who?
was the prof? What else was on the new filings? We had
Well, let me let Julie
Chadwell,
answer.
Chadwell, and who else?
Just a minute. Let's see if Julie has. Julie, you know this answer here. What Brother Maximilian said about talking to Libby the night before?
Oh, Max.
Max.
Well,
What did
yeah.
Max say about talking to Libby?
Let me just kind of I'm going to give you a very broad, open statement here. So just so everybody knows, I am a person of respect. So before I ever talked to Max, I asked him to ask his parents that some 50-something-year-old woman could speak with him, in a private message. Because look, I had all these people, oh, she's a pedophile, she's talking to this young kid, or ridiculous bull crap. Like, are you kidding me? I'm like the antithesis of this bull crap. And then so he did, and his dad, gave me permission, and so we started speaking. And the one thing that listen, I'm going to tell all of you. We were very, very hopeful on October 31st of 2022. Max agreed. Max is like, I'll go to this conference where they're announcing Richard Allen as the bridge guy if you'll go. And I'm like, okay, I'll come over. He's like, I just want you to be there with me. And I said, okay. And Max had been through a lot of hell. He went off the deep end. He got into drugs. He went into juvie. That's where he met, like at Kinsey Juvenile Detention over in Kokomo. He met Garrett Kurtz. Garrett Kurtz befriended him, saying, hey, I think you're cool. And Max was thinking this guy's cool, but he said he started turning really weird. This was kind of in the beginning where they got Garrett Kurtz on these murders. And at the time, Max didn't know anything about it. But so Max finally gets well. He's got a baby. We meet at the church, and we were so excited. We were so hopeful. Like, I was like, oh my gosh, this is everything that we've been fighting for these girls. Finally, your friend's gonna get justice. And I was just so hopeful. I had messaged Doug Carter the night before. I'm like, Ted's gonna bring me there. We're so excited. And I mean, I was just so excited that Max was going to be there, that he could have closure for his friend. And so I'm sitting there, and you guys, there are multiple tents on the lawn at this church. And they're all set up, and it starts to rain a little bit. And
Gotta go
I
to
thought
bed.
we could go in, and there's probably 200 people under the portico, and we're standing under the portico, and I'm sitting next to Max, and Max is there, and he's all excited. He got off at work. He's like, I just came straight from work. And I said, can we do a live? And I didn't know how to do a live on YouTube. So Randy Gravitz like, here, I'll help you. Let you do a live. Now, mind you, there's Frank Meister, there's Rick Stay, there's Katie Roby. I didn't know that Katie Roby, I knew she was watching me, but I didn't know she was ratting me out because later Randy, all these people told me she ratted me out to Kelsey Jurman and to her husband and all that stuff. So I'm doing a live with Max. I'm so excited. Max is telling me all about Libby and saying, yeah, Libby told me she was Libby and Abby were messaging me at 2 o'clock in the morning saying, Max, you gotta come to the bridge, come on. And he's like, and he told me and Mike Grasso and Robin Uni, who is a producer for Lifetime, and told his parents both there, and his parents were amazing. I love I love Max's parents, Max's salt of the earth. And he said, and his mom's like, yeah, if Max will let me tell you about what he went through, I'll tell you. So Max said, sure. And then, Max told us a lot of things, and he's like, yeah, Libby messaged me, and he said I had multiple social media sites, and he goes, I didn't always check them. And so, and by the way, and you know this, Alex, because Alex and I know this, and Alex, I did check with the post office. He had messages where Libby had contacted him, and he had never answered or opened the messages. So
Yeah.
Max said he sent them to me. And I know we were like, oh, did he send them? It's 2 weeks. He didn't send them. We both thought, oh, you didn't send them. But then when I called Logansport, they told me that they're probably still sitting down there in Georgia, because they told me that if you sent anything in a Manila envelope and it's halfway heavy, and they told me, I said he sent 2 cell phones, put them in a Manila envelope, and they go, no, they'll sit in Georgia until you claim them, which I had never looked. I mean,
Oh
probably.
man.
Yeah,
Well,
no.
hold on,
So,
Julie. What did he say that? When was he text at 2 in the morning by Libby?
yeah, well, he was actually away, and they were doing a Snapchat,
Wait,
and
wait,
he's
wait,
like,
wait. Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. I'm trying to. Okay. He he was text to come out to the bridge on what
yeah,
date? On what
yeah.
date at what time?
Oh, okay. So if 2 in the morning, it was February 13th. So it was at least 12. It was 12, approximately a little less than 12 hours ahead of time.
So that they were texting him. Come. Was it just Libby or both Libby and Abby? Who
Both
was
Libby and Ab, both the girls. He said both of the
both?
girls. Yeah, they said,
Let me let
come
you tell
on.
that part over because I keep interrupting, but because I was a little confused about that. Who was texting at what time and when and where?
They were doing Snapchat to Max. Come on, Max. Come on, Max. And he said, they kept saying, come on, Max. You need to come out to the bridge. Come with us. Come meet with us. And he's like, oh, you guys, I
So
gotta
that
get to. He said, I got to get to bed. He goes, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. He's like, I was tired, and I had a farm sale at 6 o'clock. I was going with my dad, and he goes, I told them, farm sales only come around one every now and then, but my friends will always be there.
so
And it did
that
break
would
my heart when he said
indicate
that.
they were at the bridge at 2 a.m. on the 13th.
They were
No,
alive.
no, well, no, they were telling him at 2:13 a.m. or yeah, on February 13th in the morning. Yes, they
Yes,
were.
but Julie, that's also
Yes.
the time that Megan Allen was texting Tina to that she was at the bridge.
Okay, so coincidental, but they were planning to be there the next day.
But maybe
Okay.
not. Maybe they were all at the bridge.
I don't know
Something that
that. I won't do a conspiracy theory. I'll just
Okay.
Okay, so I'm just going to tell you this. He told me that he told them that he had a farm sale to go to at 6 o'clock in the morning, and he had to go to bed. He was really tired, but they kept saying, come on, Max, please, 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 come with us. And he's like, you guys, I hardly get to go to farm sales, and he was so darling and so sweet. He's like, you know, my friends will always be there, but farm sales only come around now, every now and then. And like literally, he hung his head low. It's hurt his heart because he loved his friends so much, and like like you have to have compassion for this young man. He loved them so much, and so he didn't go. He went to the farm sale, and I said, Max, do you think that maybe Libby met up with somebody that she was talking to? And he put his head down. He said, yes, I do. And so I already knew, and I talked to Becky on the phone when she was talking to me. God bless her. I mean, I don't have anything against her, but like she stopped talking to me because I think there's a lot of trolls that wanted to like create deception. But when I was talking to her, and I would call her up on the phone, I remember exactly where I was standing in my call room at work, and I started asking her questions, and she said, Julie, I don't get it. There were a lot of people that were supposed to be out there that day. A lot of the friends that were supposed to be out there. How did this happen during the day, but nobody see or hear anything? And I said, did they talk to anyone? She goes, the only people that I know of is that when Libby got there, and I want you guys to think about this because actually it coincides with an eyewitness account. When Libby got there, Becky said that one of her friends said to Libby, so one of the girls had later told Becky this and had a message. Hey, where are you guys? Libby messaged, hey, where are you guys? We're here. And she messaged back to Libby, hey, we were there already. We waited for you, but you never showed up. So we went ahead and left. So I want you guys to think about what that means. What that means is when Libby and Abby showed up at 146, they were already quote unquote late according to what the friends thought. Now, if you guys know about meeting at the trail split, if you know how long it takes approximately when you go from the trail split and you walk a casual walk down to the end of the bridge on the north end of the bridge, it's a little bit over 7 minutes. Let's say you loiter and then you walk back down. You're looking at no less than 15 minutes. And if you're giving grace to your friend and saying, what are they doing waiting? You wait 5-10 minutes more. When they don't show, you're like, ah, shoot, they're not coming. Then you leave. So if you look at that, you're looking at possibly 25 minutes that the friends were there before they got there. And the friends thought they were going to be there for a reason at that time. Now, I do want to say that when Riley Voorhees, when she saw the person she saw, and I do want to go to this. I'm sorry, I'm taking up all you guys' time, and I'm not trying to hog the chat, but you guys,
No, you're good.
please interject, okay? Um, I talk to Doug Rice every single day, multiple times a day. As soon as he would get off the chat with Riley Voorhees and Mary, Doug was calling me and he was messaging me. He's like, okay, Julie, listen. And he's like, I just talked to Riley. Mary handed over the messenger to Riley. Riley says that the other three girls were ahead of her, which is her sister, Riley's sister, and the other two girls. They were walking ahead. She was texting on her phone, looking down. So they were a little bit ahead of her. She was lagging back. And when the guy walked by, he was walking quickly, like almost like, okay, it kind of coincides with, you know, Libby and Abby's friends thought that they would have already been there. So this guy might have already thought they were going to be there, whoever the guy was. And Riley says, she looks up and says, hi, just being a sweet young girl, hi. And he looked at her kind of like a scowling look and he kind of put his neck down and he's like, walking fast with a quick pace. Now, I said to Doug, I said, did she say how tall he was? He said, she said he was about an inch taller. I want you to think about that. Every one of you know that's listening to this, knows if somebody's your height or slightly taller. So I said to Doug, how tall was Riley at that time? And I believe he said like 5'7". So she thought he was an inch taller. So that what they do, put the bridge guy 5'6" to 5'10" or something. I don't even remember what the actual height was that they put in there. She said he wasn't that tall, which I confirmed with Hannah Shakespeare. She said that Riley said he wasn't very tall. Well, if you're a young girl in high school and you're 5'7" and a guy's about your height, you don't really think he's that tall. He might be an inch
Right.
taller, but that's not that tall. So
Right.
she said he was about an inch taller. Now, she is the one that went to the police department at 5:30 p.m. and gave the sketch. I know 100% she gave the sketch because right before the 2019 presser, the police came to her and said, we're gonna change the sketch. We need you to say that this is the guy you saw. I want you to look at this. We need you to confirm this is the person you saw. And she said, no, I won't do that. I have confirmation from like one of Riley's parents. And she said, no, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to say that this is the person I saw. So you know what they said now? Now what they're saying is you're not a reliable witness. So what are they doing now? One of the things that Riley and her mother said was, Bree, nobody else noticed the bridge guy coming by or the guy that they saw
You ought to
coming
go to
by.
sleep. Good digging.
What's that?
I was talking to my dog.
Oh, so none of the other girls noticed. And what Riley's mom had told Doug Rice was, now look, you've got a good friend of Libby and Abby's given this sketch. Everybody's looking for this sketch. She was there. She suddenly comes forward because, as a teenager, you want to feel important. Oh, wait, maybe I saw him, and listen, and this girl is shorter than their new person of interest. Okay. So the reason why Bree now takes precedence, which Bree never said she even noticed anything. She never came forward. It was Riley that came forward. Riley's mom and she will tell you that Bree was trying to feel relevant. And this is what I was told. Like, oh, like she never even really noticed, but now there's this altruistic. Oh, I want to feel important. My friend was murdered, and I want to say have a say. You don't come forward 3 years later. You don't. However, if you're shorter than the person that law enforcement wants everybody to believe did this, which is Richard Allen, she's shorter than Richard Allen. Richard Allen has never been taller than Riley Voorhees. You can no longer use Riley Voorhees as a witness. You can't
Exactly.
use her because because she's taller than him, has never been taller than her.
Well, and remember what they were trying to do with the young guy sketch, according to Doug, that said Riley's mom said that they were trying to convince her that she saw the young guy sketch, and when she didn't go along, they said she wasn't going to be a reliable witness.
Yes. I
There's
do
a
know
receipt
that.
for that too.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, and I'll tell you guys, honestly, the Daniel Pearson thing, Caleb told me, and I walked on that trail, like Doug and I were on that trail, and I'm telling you, Caleb is the defense should talk to Caleb. I love Caleb. He's a good kid. He's a sweetheart. He is a good kid, and I hope that nobody bothers him. He was bothered a lot. Think that's why he went off the grid. But he's definitely somebody that's solid. He was friends with Ron Logan. He's friends with Pat Brown. He hunted with Pat Brown. Ron Logan gave them permission to hunt, and Caleb helped set the flags because law enforcement said we need your help. So he was out there very early on, and law enforcement said this is where we think the guy might have walked out. Now, the exact path that the quote unquote bridge guy killer, whatever you want to call him, walked out, Caleb helped set these blue flags. And I'm going to tell you, it is exactly the way when Daniel Pearson told Caleb where he saw this guy, which was 40 feet from the trail split at 315, and he said what he was wearing Later, he changed his story because they're a very private family. They don't want to be bothered, and he got bothered so bad. You guys all know what it's like to be doxxed and bothered, and you're just like, screw
Well,
it.
they should have been bothered.
But they don't want to be.
Well,
They want to be
I
left
don't care.
alone.
I don't care.
I know, but they care. This is why. Listen, they're a prominent family in Delphi. They're very
Who?
private. They don't
Pearsons?
want to be bothered.
Oh, come on, Julie.
But you know how it is, Forbits. You know what they
I,
do.
I know, and they should have been questioned harder than, especially Daniel Pearson.
But they let it go.
I know their family.
Yes,
I know their family very well.
And everybody knows there's 2 Daniel Pearsons. I talked to one. I had to talk to one. He told me who did it. And I have that. I won't say, but I talked with him, and I talked to that guy, and then I talked to the guy that's from Delphi, and I know their entire family. And
Daniel Pearson should be on the witness stand.
He should absolutely be on the witness stand. And the thing is, if he doesn't tell the truth, he'll perjure himself because like he saw the person come out at 3:15. Okay, there's a person in a Facebook group on Bridge of Lies that's covering for him because she tried to protect him and say, I don't want him to be bothered. We're just going to let him go. Law enforcement talked to him and said, just go along with us. We'll protect you. Nobody's going to bother you. Just let it go. But if he comes out, somebody questions him, he's going to have to tell the truth. And the truth is this: he was with his, girl, lady, whatever he was arguing with, on the trail. He saw the person at 3:15. The person came out off of the trail. I know exactly where it was. 40 feet. He went the way. Look.
And let me stop you, Julie. Let me stop you. And how in the hell does that girl not see a single damn thing?
Listen. Okay, I'll just say all eyes. If you're with a guy and he's seeing somebody else and potentially got the other person pregnant, and you're upset and you don't want to talk about it, and if you know somebody's coming to you, you're just gonna look down.
Bullshit, though. You're gonna see something.
No, as a woman, no, because you don't know anybody's been murdered.
No, you're gonna see something. Come on.
No, not necessarily.
I think both of them need to be on the stand. Both of them.
The argument under the bridge, all that needs to be closely observed by the prosecution and the defense.
100%
like that needs to be in the trial. The jurors need to hear the story.
Anybody that goes to the bridge, if you're going to have a conversation, I went under there. If you go under the bridge, that is a for sure safe space. I actually talked to the person that was the third. Well, 4 Pits, I could have a lot of talks with you.
What safe space? So because we have wait.
Immediately under the bridge.
No, wait. We have Garrett Kurtz. We have Brian Chadwell, possibly, and possibly they think Richard Allen. We have possibly 3 killers at the High Bridge, all in the same year. There's no safe space. There was a lot going on out there that wasn't being talked about and still hasn't been brought up. There was things going on out there that brought the kids and brought these killers out there, and it needs talked about, and that's the root of it.
Well,
that's the root.
Amen, man.
I don't know about these other guys, but I do know that my friend who lives in Delphi and one of her sons gotten put in prison, and he was like this third drug gang, and he learned from it. He didn't learn, but I was able to get information about being under the bridge, and he told me where to go. And so I went out there, and you can hide in the spot, like you've seen it, and people don't necessarily know you're under there. You could be quiet as a mouse, and nobody that's going across the bridge has any idea you're under there. They can't see you. They can't see you from the top. And especially if you want to have some privacy, you don't want anybody to bother you, but you don't want to go across the bridge, you can go under there and have a little conversation, have your little argument. Nobody knows what's going on.
While Brad Weber's over there sitting watching you, and you're lucky he don't run you off or threaten you to leave.
Wait. I'm talking on the north end. You can hide under there and nobody knows it. There's no way in hell he can see you from there. And
hey, Julie, are you talking about the?
Hi, Noe.
Hi. Are you talking about the north end
Yeah, I'm
under the
talking about the
bridge.
north end, but if you go to the south end, so I talked to Kay. Kay
Well,
said at the time there was no cameras. Later they put cameras. She said they had cameras all the time. She said, you know what they did? She said people all the time would come down here to party. They
Yeah,
came here to
there's no safe place at High Bridge for two 13-year-old girls.
no, but here's what they did. She
No
said
buts.
they
No
took
buts.
down the cameras and broke them. She said the first thing they would do, anybody that came across the bridge knew that this was kind of a safe space because they're up on a top of a ravine, and they come down the driveway. And unless they're driving down the driveway and happen to see you at the time, which Kay did tell me she saw Libby and Abby multiple times coming across there. And she did invite Becky Patty to come there, and Becky never wanted to come. But she said, I'll show you where they would have come because this is where I saw them walk. She said, no, and I'm not coming. So Kay's like, okay, you don't have to come, but I just want to show you. And she showed me. It was like, you know what? The safer spot is on the north end of the bridge. But she said a lot of times if you walked across the bridge, then really in that general vicinity, nobody really knew you were there. Nobody saw you. And she said if I didn't come out and bother them and say, hey, what are you doing? She said nobody would even bother them. They wouldn't know. So it was a safe space, and people know you could do whatever you wanted. And she said a lot of the times the kids would party, but the first thing that they would do, she said, we put so many cameras out there. She said the first thing, she goes, you could actually see them walking up to the camera and they would start banging it with whatever they had in their hand, a rock or whatever.
So
And
you're
they would,
telling me, somebody was aware that some things were going on out there, and people were,
absolutely.
and
Yeah,
law
absolutely.
enforcement wasn't aware of these things that were going on out there.
Correct. She said that they weren't.
Hmm. That
She said okay, so she told me, and I can tell you this. I saw cameras later because there was a camera later that was put at the end of the bridge. She told me that they before they went to Arizona, they just said forget it. They've spent so much money on cameras before they left for the winter, and Brad was staying at their house. She said we decided just to forget it. We just took down the cameras. We weren't even
So,
watching.
and the thing is, Julie, like, didn't we just talk last week, you and I, about the contents of Gabe's truck with the night vision, all the trail cameras, all the scopes? I mean, 2 days after the girls are found.
here's my thing. I truly believe that Derek knew a lot of things that were going on out there, and for them to allow them girls to go out there with Derek in the back of his mind, knowing all the things that go on out there, that really bothers me.
I think that the Patties knew. That's why they said they've got our girls. Why do you say they've got our girls, unless you know that there is a potential for being watched?
Well, even to talk about, like, if Derek did tell on Ashley and Garrett, and Ashley lost her kids, and they were staying out at Ron Logan's, you're going to send your girls out there in the backwoods right behind the people you just told on?
No, no.
Yeah.
But I think they were still trying to live their life and try to
Well,
be like safe.
yeah,
But
because they were delusional, high on meth, and weren't thinking clearly.
well,
Most of them.
and I think you just want to look the other way and think, okay, everything's going to be okay. They have to live. Look, as a mom, you think, okay, how long do I have to keep my kid in a box? Just let them go out and go do their thing, and which is wrong. I mean, which
It'll
is
be okay when they're made to
yeah.
tell the truth.
hmm
That's when it'll
So
be okay.
I want to tell you. So Kay told me that the gate was open. The gate was open during this entire time. She thought it was closed. It was open. Um, Only after these murders were there cameras put up. I searched the creek. I was thinking, I want to take my little metal detector. I'm going to go out there. I took two people out there, which they refused to be, on camera, and I searched in this stinky ass creek. Sorry, pardon my French, but I mean, like, my boots smelled so bad. I put them in the back of my car. My car smelled so bad. I didn't realize how bad it smelled. We searched all day. I took a metal detector. We were looking for stuff, and then we went up into the nettles. We went up on Ron Logan's property, and this lady, she was deaf. So she's like, oh my god, orange, 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 orange. And she got down because she thought that there were hunters in there. And so I went up onto the property, and I could see on two trees there was these big splotches of orange that were painted on the trees, almost as though they were marking maybe an exit point. I don't know what it was. And
A lot
then
of
I
times they'll
went
do that for trees that need to come down.
um
Logging, sometimes they'll
I
mark them.
get that, but usually they'll do a stripe, but this was a big almost like a target splotch.
Yeah, that
Almost
could have been too. There's a lot of shooting. Well, Prof found them targets out there.
okay, so I went out what I did is I ended up going out there July, August, September. Okay, so I went out there about 5 months later with my friend, and we actually went down to the crime scene, and that is where I found 4 cameras. And at the time I didn't realize it, and I was like, oh my gosh, there are 4 cameras, and they all converged on a certain spot. And there was one camera that had a huge, and I'm sorry you guys, I'm not looking at the chat or anything. There was one camera that had a big battery pack on it, and I said to my friend, I said, "Oh my gosh, look at that's a battery pack. That has to be like law enforcement on there." I'm like, "Somebody's watching." And Kay told me, "Well, the FBI told me you came to my house 15 times." I'm like, I don't think I ever. I think I might have driven down the driveway, but or close to, but I don't think I came 15 times. So I knew that they had people for some reason. The FBI was watching Kay Weber's like on is it 625? Why is the FBI watching to see
They
who
should have
comes?
been.
Okay, but you have to ask yourself, if that's
That,
not significant, why is the FBI watching to see who comes to the gate?
yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think they watched hard enough on that side of the creek.
They knew when I came.
Lot of
Yeah.
conspicuous things going on over on that side, Weber's land.
Oh yeah, that's why a lot of the people I've caught being sketchy on the case, and there's like probably 6 to 12 of them at least. They're all up Kay Weber's butt, trying to know what's going on with her. I'm not saying I don't think Kay Weber is involved per se, but they're very curious about what's going on with her property in particular. But Julia, you remember you and me we were still on speaking terms last year when the Stevenson stuff went down. Remember, Coy Cox
Yeah.
said it wasn't me
Yeah.
and all that shit, and then he told Ruckus it's because that he was sketchy about me and didn't know, like, it just spoke of drug shit, like, oh, he got this inside info from Drugland and not good sleuthing, so that's why we're not going to give him any credit because we just don't know.
Now I don't
And then
know
he did.
I don't know. I don't think I've ever talked to this Ruckus guy. I just know who he is.
Oh, Ruckus? No,
Mm-hmm.
Ruckus he's good, but he's on other cases right now. But I will say, yeah, Coy Cox told him, yeah, it was him, but we keep. Then he was saying, oh, we keep our sources confidential, and I'm like, well, it would have been good to let me know. But the point is, there's more about that case and how it reflects on Delphi. I've got a lot, just like you could get answers on Delphi from the reactions or non-reactions of cops, good cops, corrupt cops, criminals, criminals willing to do the right thing or not do the right thing, or harassers that came on the case for weird reasons, whatever. And we've all seen them, family, you could say family, whatever, the reactions, non-reactions. With that case, the reactions, non-reactions have been able to get a clearer picture on Delphi for sure.
Definitely, if you're on here and if you're on here, you're gonna expose yourself.
Amen, man. But let me tell you, Forfeit. So, I've already said it here on Props before, but I always had an issue with the family was very similar as why people have agitation with police or family on any of these similar type of cases where they may be, criminal underworld and they're not getting answers. They're getting the fuck you, get off the case type shit. I was like that with Beth Stevenson for a while. I would bring her good stuff, and I'm like, hey, this guy's saying he knows who killed your parents. And she was like, get the fuck out of here, type of shit, energy. And she actually stopped posting about her parents. And I'm not saying she's guilty. I do not think she's guilty. I think she's a victim, and I think she's aware of where it came from. That's why she acts the way she acts, and their nephew's in drug land too in Indiana. So she just kind of wanted me to get off the case. Like in that circumstance, you can't cooperate because there's more retaliation. So I had it with her last year. I got into altercation with her because she was wigging out on me. I threatened the husband, whatever, and they coughed something up that was helpful to police. And to me, that just speaks. It's like, okay, the family's not involved, but they coughed something up that was valuable. Their cousins in Indiana, meth world. What that means to me is that's all criminal fucking underworld shit. And not only that, dude. Last year, when that press release happened, that Stevenson shit, and it ran for 3 days, and they pulled it, and everybody was like, "Well, that was weird. You're saying it's connected." Like one day, a couple days later, you're saying, "Oh, it's not connected at this time. We don't see the connection. The tips remain." It's like, but wait, you said you investigated that last November 2022, and now in March 2023, you're saying all of a sudden the past 3 days you found out it's not connected, but 3 days ago you were saying it was connected, but you investigated it last November. So from November to March, you were saying it's connected. Now you're saying it's not connected. So what's the realistic reason that is? It's because ISP or Indiana, they got mad because it was like a way to circumvent the gag order. They're basically fleshing out more of a picture of the reality at Delphi by proxy. They didn't like that for whatever reason they got. And then they had to shut it all down, And that's why they've kind of like been doing it sneaky, very sneaky, passive aggressive.
A way to try to hush the crowd in the uproar.
Exactly. So it just paints both as, especially Delphi, as criminal underworld type shit.
And, I don't understand families being. I don't. Okay. I don't.
Pure reprisal, basically.
I don't understand any Okay, so maybe I need to put myself.
I don't understand any families laughing at people that have tried to help them solve murders of their children.
Or getting upset or trying to control the narrative.
And
like,
that's
agreeing with these Delphi dummies, laughing along with these Delphi dummies videos that come out and making friends with all them.
I don't understand that either.
I don't understand it. And then they don't want people to make fun of them back. Sorry.
Listen, I'm going to say this. I'm actually for truth and justice, and the truth and justice is, I want anyone that believes that Richard Allen is guilty, give me absolute proof. And if you can't give me absolute proof, this is okay. Guess what? Guess what? It could be.
Did Becky Patty give Kristen behind the crime door, Coach Kev, Frank Meister, Ruckus Rocks? Did Becky Patty give them all proof? Why are their feelings so strong?
I want to do this, Alex.
Yeah.
You have a child, okay?
I don't have
a child. You have
a
child that gets mixed up with a couple bad people.
You're saying analogy. I'm like, what?
Listen. I'm just saying. No, I'm.
You scare me,
dude,
because you're around the private investigators over there. I'm
sorry.
like, do I have a child I didn't know about? I'm like,
no.
Fuck.
I'm just saying. I'm saying you have a kid. You have a kid, okay?
Yeah.
I think you're a good person. Okay. You have a child, okay? And every kid goes off the deep end this and that way or whatever. But this is your child, and somebody points the finger, and like, your kid was involved with some of these people but had nothing to do with it. He said, like, Dad, I wasn't there. I didn't have anything to do with it. Okay. I didn't. But then for 5, 6, 7 years, law enforcement can't find anyone. They're like, oh shit, this is way deeper. Alex's kid was out there. We're just going to have to pin it on him because we cannot have but the public coming in, coming against our name. Half of us want to retire. We're in too deep. We've already said this. There's no turning back. We have to. This kid has got to take the fall no matter what. So guess what? Your kid is convicted, judge, jury, executioner by the public that's convinced, because guess what? It's been 8 years. Your kid was out there. You know unequivocally your kid is innocent. You know your kid better than anybody. And there's absolutely there's no proof that your kid did this. And then look, you can have an ejected bullet out there. Anybody could do that. Come on. I already know the truth behind this ejected cartridge already. Okay, and I could probably take that out myself if they allow me to do so. And yet because they need this case to be over. People are tired of it. People have the sympathies for the family. They're done with it. Guess what? Your kid has just been convicted by the opinions of the general public because this is what they want, this is what they believe, and they've got a majority of the people behind it. And you know damn well your kid is not guilty. This is my point of this is if law enforcement has set aside, hidden, deceived the public in any way, shape, or form, or has put somebody else in as a witness because it fits their timeline. If they have suppressed any amount of information, this is going to affect every single American citizen in the United States. And guess what? It doesn't matter who's guilty of this if these people aren't first and foremost held accountable because it affects you and your children and their children and the rest of the generation. So if
And
we allow
mostly,
someone to convict somebody, even if they're guilty, if you allow them to convict somebody if they're guilty based upon lies and based upon, suppressing information, withholding information, this is wrong. This is why people should be very
Yeah,
concerned.
I agree.
Well,
It's bad to dump a whole
shitload.
like Rico style case on one person. I do believe there's more people
Yeah,
Sets
that's
a,
wrapped
it
up
sets
in
a
this.
precedent.
now
It
let's
sets a precedent for your child, Alex. For your child,
Well,
Alex.
not only that,
well,
this is
the
you got to
It,
elevate it because those people, a lot of those people are still on both sides, because there's prosecution element, defense element, and then criminal elements on both ends that overlap, work hand in hand. And they link back to people that are closer to local, suspects, stuff like that. So for them to still be all bowled out and doing the stuff they do, it's like really just a bad look because it does feel like a Mexican case. I hate to say it, dude. It feels Mexican style, dude. It's a Mexican like shit. I hate to say it, that's what it
can I
feels
ask
like, you know?
you? Because I'm not. I don't ever want to be, and I've never been in any kind of a crime case or whatever. It's just
Yeah,
because I'm
yeah.
very close to this. So you know way more than I do, and a lot of you people listening probably know way more than I do. But what I don't understand is if you've got a person that you believe is guilty, like you've brought the guy ahead, you put him in, a prison. You've got John Gallipo, you've got Lewis. They're saying that, yeah, this guy's being held in conditions that no person that's ever been convicted of a double homicide have ever been held. And by the way, I was sitting there in the courtroom, which really upset me because not even murder sheet. I was talking to Hannah Shakespeare. She's like, "What? Nobody reported this." I said, "No, nobody reported this." The one thing that really got me, and I'm sitting there and I'm looking around at all these people sitting next to me. Judge Gold comes in at the very end, and they were all they already agreed that yes, he was held in conditions that no other person that's not been convicted of a crime has ever been held in. They all agreed. Gallipo, Lewis, everybody. And the only thing that the judge could say, which I mind you, like all of you guys need to know, I decided like, okay, look, this is the judge. I'm going to give her grace. I think that she's superior. Thank you. Oh my gosh, they're going to bring in somebody that's so open-minded that is going to bring due process to this whole thing. And I'm tired of people saying, "Oh, the due process gang." Yeah, you have to do process. Well, that's why you live in the United States of America and you receive all of your liberties, guys. And understand that you have the freedom you have because of that, because we put our founding principles on the Constitution. And she sits there and nobody reports this. She comes in and she's like, "Okay, I'm first thing I'm going to say is this. Don't even tell me about the 14th Amendment, defense. The only reason you're talking about that is because you want Richard Allen closer to you. He's 5 minutes from you. You just want to be able to walk down and talk to him, and you want to be able to have him close by." Okay, excuse me? I'm sitting here listening to this and said, "Who the hell cares? Give it to him on a silver platter because we want the case to be over. You
Yeah,
don't want You
It
don't
looks
have any
like from my
reason.
perspective that justice was already settled, but like the parties already dealt with it outside the system. So this is like a way for them to get more people off their backs for dealing with it. That's why they dump it all on Richard Allen. So like that's why I made the analogy before a long time ago. Dan's channel. It's like two illegal immigrants get in a car crash and they already settle it between themselves, but then the insurance comes back. Insurance companies months later force one to pay the other.
Yep.
And then they already know between them two that they already settled it, but they can't let people know that. So they're trying to get those costs down so it's less, just get it over with, let's get through it. We already took care of this, let's get through this. We're trying to get these people off our back. But that's where the thing comes with Delphi is a lot of these people from that world have been going around fucking everybody up in different ways. And it's like that's why I believe the police don't really care and they're trying to bury it too, because they're like, well, you came to a crash site you weren't supposed to be at. So it's your fault for prying into shit. They already
They're
dealt
at
with
the
it.
point of no return. They're at the point of no
Exactly.
return. You can't okay, once they arrested Richard Allen and then they had their first appearance, guess what? It doesn't matter if Doug Carter, Jerry Holman and the rest of them know that this isn't really the guy. They cannot turn back because it's everybody's reputation. It's a huge lawsuit. It's a huge embarrassment against the state and the FBI. They cannot turn back. And I'm telling you, I know they can't turn back. I've been told they can't turn back. And I'm not to be meddling in them in any of this. Okay. I
Yeah.
mean, there's a reason why I was told, like, get the F out, like, you just be quiet. But I'm not going to be quiet because I'm about justice. If this isn't, if, guess what? If Richard Allen did this, prove it and show us who else did it. Just show us. I think every one of us here I don't want anybody coming to us saying, oh, well, they don't want justice for Libby and Abby. Yes, we want justice for Libby and Abby. Absolutely. That's why I've been in this from the beginning. And I know you guys are in it too.
Yeah.
However, we don't want there would be a bunch of lies and a bunch of hiding stuff and changing things up in order to get somebody convicted of something that, maybe they didn't, if they did it, maybe they didn't do by themselves or whatever. There should never be any trial before law enforcement's held accountable. That's how I feel. It should be law enforcement first, and then we deal with whoever did this after. But if we have to do the whole time, I'm about, let's hold law enforcement accountable first because it affects every single American citizen. Guess what? If it does, I will tell you this, and anybody can come against me if they want to come against me. Richard Allen going to jail for Libby and Abby's deaths is far less of an implication on every single American than it is if law enforcement was allowed to suppress and hide and lie and cheat in order to get the guy in jail. Because if they can do that, it sets the precedent for every single American. Because this case is being watched, this case will be held, this case will be cited for everybody in the United States of America. And if you guys don't believe that, you have to understand that. That's why I believe in all information being put out there. And you know what? You have nothing to hide. If somebody wants to know something, why not tell them the truth? Because the truth has no side. And if
Well,
you're
and
shown
that's
as guilty, it will be shown. The
and that's
truth
what we're
has
doing
no side.
now. That's why we're here. Yes.
So what do you think about Julie, that so they said they talked to a Fort Wayne trucker in the item, and we could throw all that shit away because we don't know what the fuck's going on with that. But a month later, they said they followed somebody else to Delphi too, Fox 19 Stevenson's,
Okay.
and it wasn't
Okay.
Allen.
I
So
do have to ask
yeah.
okay, at what date? And tell
March
me more.
2023. It was fall 2022. They say November, it was September. My fear, Julie, is that there is somebody snitching on Alan that is worse than Alan. That's kind of all of our like subconscious fear. That's what I kind of feel like may be going on. Somebody is snitching on Alan locally that is worse than Alan, and he's being protected, obfuscated to a point. They're either hiding him on another case or doing some weird, bullshit, basically. So,
But don't you think that they could find that? Don't you think law enforcement could find that?
no, they find. I'm saying they know who they are. It's just the difference between Alan and that person would be that that person's cooperating and fucking,
Like almost
blabbing their mouth.
they're like, okay, so like,
Yeah, you know
I'm
what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So it's not two people rob a bank and one's worse than the other, and the worst one's is the one opening their mouth and ratting. It's kind of like it is fucked up in a sense, but even more fucked up if that is being hidden, basically. You know what I'm saying?
Well, okay. So what did law enforcement say? What did Nick McLean? He said, Your Honor, we believe that there is.
Mm-hmm. At that same time that person supposedly from Delphi was ratting, snitching, same as Fort Wayne person.
We believe that there's another person. Like we believe he did not act. He said, Your Honor, we believe that there was not that Richard Allen did not act alone.
And that's why Coy Cox in February 2023 said, we send information on other persons. He said persons with S. Sent that info to ISP, whatever. And it had parallel consistencies with Allen's investigation, but it wasn't about Richard Allen. So what that looks like to me is that some sort of snitching locally, people that knew of Allen, or Allen doesn't even have to be involved. It's that they knew of Allen, knew of something going on in Delphi. They're snitching and they're being like tucked away, hidden away, especially Indiana side.
Yeah, Julie, who told you to be quiet? It's a new day. Ask, who told you to be quiet about your opinions?
Somebody high up.
Yeah, that's how you do it.
Somebody
high up in the family or high up in law enforcement?
High up in law enforcement.
All right, so
I know who that is.
Noe, you're here.
Hell yeah,
Shut up.
Well,
Noe.
I wanted to say that the thing that gets me the most, and why everybody is so freaking glued to this whole case, is what Prof calls the fuckery of it all, in all capacities. From law enforcement to city officials to locals, including family, and it also internet. It's just a whole cluster. What do you call it, Prof? Cluster of fuckery. and like, man. I'm an outsider, but I'm local now, right? I've been here for 25 years, and in my 25 years, I've lived in several communities, and I've seen it happen everywhere. In my county, in Kosciuszko, what's going on in Carroll, it goes on in the whole damn state, and that's what, it's just so frustrating to know that, like, we know, they know, somebody knows, but
yeah. You're telling me nobody knows in entire Carroll County? Not one person knows? Give me a fucking break here.
What really happened, right?
Noe, okay, Noe. Can I just tell your background a little bit? Are you okay with that?
I don't care. Go ahead.
Okay, so you were running with the cartel. We had a long conversation with this, and you were running the drugs, okay?
I was a driver, yeah.
You were a driver. You got stopped several times. You know the fake IDs. You know the whole thing, okay? And you talked to a lot of cartel members, and so you and I talked about this. And you know how when the cartel does a hit, they don't do a hit on the dude that's getting ready to narc on them. They do a hit on the family.
Yeah, where it hurts.
Where it hurts. Yeah, so
sends a message.
Yeah. So the dude is alive, but you send a message, and typically, do they just go boom boom, or do they leave them in a certain way to send a message? I mean, tell us about how that happens.
Yeah, in my experience, what they want to do is send a message and do it in the most brutal way possible.
To what? The family member?
To whether it's a family member, a home, a possession, an establishment, a building, a restaurant, a vehicle, and leave it in the most undesirable way that you want to make that person feel what they what they felt when you fucked them over, right?
So it
And
may be
you
maybe
want
left
them
in
to
an
leave.
unnatural way.
You
So it may
want
be
them
left in an
you
an
want them to leave with a conscience of saying, "Damn, I fucked up. Damn, I for the rest of their lives."
Yeah.
And if you don't stop doing it, then they'll take care of you, right?
So it's clear to
That's
the
like,
person that it's clear to the person who did this, most likely, right?
yeah, yeah, yep.
And
This is how you pay. This is how you pay by living and watching and having to think about it every day, where you messed up and your car is burned down to pieces, or a family member is no longer there, and man, look, man, there's this guy from Brownsville. His name is, or was, Juan Raul Garza. He murdered
Oh.
one of my friends, and it happened to be his son-in-law. um he got
Mm.
executed right here. I'm in Terre Haute right now. He got executed here in Terre Haute in 2001, a week apart from Tim McVeigh. Um, and what he did to his son-in-law, you know, I'm not, I can't really say it here because it was horrible, but he sent a brutal message to the family, you know, the way he kidnapped him and the way they found him dead across the border in Matamoros. And that's what they do, they send a message.
in Mexico, dude?
Yeah, they kidnapped him in Brownsville, put him in a put him in the trunk of a vehicle, took him across to Matamoros and tortured him. Yeah, it was really bad. And then they burned his body, and that was to and you're talking, Juan Raul Garza murdered his own son-in-law, uh, but
Did he?
it was to send a message to the
Yeah.
family. This is what happens when
Yeah.
and you're talking his own son-in-law, his daughter.
Mm. It's
Juan
horrible.
Raul
Did
Garza's daughter was pregnant at the time.
Oh.
Uh,
did
wait,
the son-in-law do something to the
yeah, because
daughter?
the family owed money, drug money.
Oh.
Oh, just money?
Okay.
Jesus.
Yeah, it
So
was money.
so Noe, I've talked to you about. I know you've seen the crime scene photos from Delphi,
Uh huh.
and you saw the way that these poor girls were left.
Yep.
And when you saw those photos, what what was your thought?
Well, there's a couple things that come to mind. For one,
Did you feel like there was a message being sent?
well, yeah, like for one, I don't believe that's the site of the crime, but where they were left and how they were left, like one nude body and the other one partially dressed or however it was. Um, but the wounds and the way they were positioned, it to me it looks like a hit. Absolutely. But then these people here were creative enough to stage it to make it look a little more than just a hit.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, when
Let,
I only
let's
saw the
wait. Let
photos
me
once.
ask you something.
Uh huh.
Okay, because I do know. So there's a difference between somebody that's a hit, and then there's a difference between a hit with the staging. Can you tell us about that? And why is there a difference?
Well, the
Why do they
hit,
do that?
why I hit, because you know, just dump the bodies in a ditch or in a field or in an alley. That's a hit to me, right?
Yeah.
Like in this case, the woods,
Yeah.
dumping the bodies in the woods.
But what's the point of staging?
The Well, the point of staging was to make it look like something else, so that the cops will turn the eye and say, "Oh, it's a
Hmm.
ritual, or it's this or that."
But then how could somebody get the message that, hey, shut your mouth? If it was if somebody were to
Well,
kill.
because well, I'll let you go, Noe. Sorry.
Go ahead, finish the question.
So if somebody, you know, the cartel, if the cartel is trying to do a hit to get a message to someone, how do they get the message to someone? What's so like? Is that do they do the hit and do they stage in order to get the message to someone, or how does that happen? How does the like if somebody's going to tell on someone, or they're doing something wrong, or they owe somebody money, or whatever it is, how does
Well,
the cartel let the person know, not only did we kill your person, but we're going to leave them in a way that we did this? Like, how does that happen?
well, uh, in the border, there was something very popular that was going around back in the 80s and 90s, which was the necktie. They would cut the throat open and pull the throat out. I mean, not the throat, the tongue
Oh
out
my
and leave it hanging
gosh.
out through their neck.
Oh
And that was
no.
that was snitching. That was snitching. Okay,
That's
that was snitching.
terrible.
So they take your tongue and they cut a gash across your
You
throat,
better do, Prof, you better do
and
parental
then there is
discretion.
another way. Another message would be they would open a triangle on your chest and rip your heart and pull it out, and that means you had no heart, no heart.
Oh.
Um,
Okay, so what would maybe the way Libby was left say, like with the gashes on the
There,
face and throat, and then nude, and then posed like a weirdness.
it
well, you
looked
see,
like
I'm not,
she.
I'm not very, I'm not very educated on these Norse
No,
stuff.
not don't focus on
No, no, yeah, yeah. I'm
her
asking
her
exactly,
face.
just cartel style. I'm just
Her
saying, what
face
would that say to
was.
you? You
Well,
think?
to me, the throat slashing tells me that they knew something or they ran into something. They were gonna talk, so they cut their throats.
Yeah.
That's the basic, you know.
Can I say something? And I
And
I
now the
hope.
position of the bodies, you know how a leg was on one folded and so forth, and then the other girl had her hands tucked in.
Hmm.
Now
Yes.
that I don't know, but the throat cutting to me it indicates these girls either knew something, they were gonna talk, and
Yeah. Take away
Can
the
I?
breath of life and the vocal cords. Yeah.
yep,
When I
there you
saw that,
go, Adrian.
I
Hmm.
felt like they were there was a message be like I really felt like this was targeted to Libby, but I don't know if you guys you probably have seen. So I saved the videos on Musical.ly, which is now TikTok, and
Hmm.
I want to just kind of do a disclaimer that this is that this might cause, like, what I'm going to tell you guys is what I saw on there. I just don't want to be like disrespectful. I'm totally
Yeah.
respectful of the girls, but I believe the FBI deleted this comment because
Hmm.
before her entire account was deleted, and I was after I did, like, I filmed the whole thing and I put it on YouTube. I was still watching it and I went back through because I was getting ready, and I don't even think that I recorded all the comments, but I read every single comment, and one of the comments stuck out to me, and the comment was so terrible that I think that the FBI deleted it
What
before
was?
they. It was when she was. Okay, when I saw the pictures and I saw the picture of Libby dead, immediately that came to my mind. And one of the things they called her, and I forgive me, and if you guys can't bear to hear, I just I don't want to hurt you guys' feelings.
No,
I just
you're
want to say this is one of the things that was bothersome to me when Libby was on her knees and she was doing, it was cute. She was doing like flipping the bottle. It's something that everybody does and tries to get it to land on its, on the bottom.
hmm
But somebody came in there and said, "Are you guys ready? Because I don't really want to
Yeah,
say
yeah,
it."
yeah.
Okay, it said slaughter hog.
Oh yeah, I heard that one before.
It did, you guys. It did, and it was by a grown man, and
Well,
it
that's criminal
bothered.
underworld. That's criminal
Yeah, it is.
underworld right there. Yeah, I
Well, I
mean,
felt.
and keep in mind, like, remember back in the days, there was a rumor about law enforcement looking for a certain tool, And then we also had Holly told me very explicitly that Kagan Klein was obsessed with slaughtering. And remember all the guys tied into Packers whose
Well,
job is to
that's what I thought
slaughter.
about. But I
Yeah.
mean, it said slaughter hog, and you know what? I never thought of that again until I saw the crime scene photos. And as soon as I looked at Libby, I felt like I was hearing those words in my head because I knew that the FBI had already deleted that off of the social media app before they completely somebody I don't know who it was deleted her whole musicality thing. And when I saw that and you know she's on her knees and somebody said slaughter hog, and I was like somebody has a really bad vindictive angle toward Libby, and she's a young girl. She's like, you know, she's full of life and she's, you know, somebody has a problem with her. And I did see the one guy that had been talking to them. And I want all of you guys to think about this, okay? And I know you know this, Alex. I believe it was a couple days before, maybe one day before Anthony Schott's profile that was talking to Libby.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there happened to be the new a new Anthony Schott's
Yeah,
profile.
there was a
And
swarm.
it said new Anthony Schott's profile. You know what that told me? Is
There's a swarm,
somebody
more than one. Yeah.
There
sold the profile because the profile was still able to talk to
And
Libby.
and there
I
are
got some good
several.
news.
Let's
Yeah.
remember there are several Anthony Shots profiles
We
all
know
over
that.
social.
We know that, but
And
guess
Sultry
what?
DVD's
The
one
new one
is
talked to
being
Libby.
investigated. Yeah.
Yeah, the new one, the new Anthony Schott's profile messaged Libby like a day before she died, you guys. Remember, the old Anthony Schott's profile was messaging Libby. We know that to be Keegan Klein. We already know that there was things exchanged, Bitcoin, pictures, okay? Then there was the new Anthony Schott's profile before she died communicating with her. I want you guys to think about that. It could have been sold by somebody else to somebody else because it was a new profile, but he went on her social media. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, Alex.
Yeah, there, I have to ask you. In Hannah Shakespeare documentary, Max said that somebody was bothering Libby December 2016. Do you know if that was Keegan Klein, Anthony Schatz, or was that one of
He
the?
doesn't he said he didn't know, but he did know that he was so he told me. I said, well, I said, so when I here's the crazy thing. He said he talked to the FBI 3 times. And and unfortunately, you know, I was probably seen as somebody bothersome to the, you know, the documentary. You know, you got Robin Uni, you got Mike Grasso, you've got, you know, Lifetime coming, and they didn't want to lose this connection to Max and his family. However, I really connected to Max and his mom and his dad, super wonderful people. Kathy and Jim, amazing people, sweethearts, and of course Max is as well. So we met at the library in Delphi, and they didn't know the questions to ask. So I started like when I was sitting there and I'm like listening to, you know, I'm listening to Robin ask questions. I'm like, I'm sorry, I got to take over. And so I started asking all of these questions, and Max is like, I said, Max, can you just tell me who was Libby talking to? He's like, well, I don't know. I said, did she give you a name, an actual name? No. I said, did she give you a screen name? No. Did she give you what app was she talking to this person on? Was it a male? Yes, it was a male. And she had a crush on him. I said, okay, tell me the app. Can you tell me the app? He's like, yeah, Snapchat. I said, when did you find out? He's like, I don't know. I said, well, didn't you talk to the FBI 3 times? Yeah. Nobody asked me that. He said, when I get home, I'll give you that information. So he got home, you know, within a week. He said, oh, look, I found it. I found it. December 26th of 2016. Now I want you guys to keep this in mind. She always spent every single birthday with Carrie. So she, at this point in time, would be on the road down, at least on the road, if not there already, down to see Carrie. And she's like, Max. And he said, he said the problem is we had so many social media sites. I didn't even know that Libby had messaged me a couple weeks prior. And so he said, like, I never knew, and I never paid attention that when she was messaging me, where she was messaging me. So can you get home and look at that and give it to me? He's like, yeah, look, I found it. December 2016. Libby says, Max, 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 I need to talk to you. I met somebody, he's 19. He wants me to meet him. And I said, what did you tell her? And I asked and then I did say, when he told all of us at the library, he said, I told her, no, don't meet with this person. You don't know who he is. I mean, I'm not trusting. I said, what did she say about him? She's like, she really liked him. He said he was 19 and he wanted to meet with her. And I said, do you think that when Libby and Abby were messaging you and telling you to go to the bridge, do you think that maybe they might have been thinking they were going to meet this guy out there? And he put his head down. He's like, yeah, yeah, I think they might have been thinking they were meeting this guy out there. And and I think he was upset. He's a sweetheart. He was kind of blaming himself because he didn't go. And then I said, can you tell me, Max, did Libby continue to communicate with this guy even though you told her don't meet him? Oh yeah, yeah, I know for a fact she was continuing to talk to him. And I said, how do you know? Because she told me. She told me she really had a crush on him. So she continued to talk to this guy all the way past December. He goes, I knew her to be talking to him before she died. So whoever this person was that Libby was talking to, she thought he was something. Now,
And
I
there's more than one, dude. Sarah Elizabeth, who messaged Noe, tried to get at me too. And it's kind of concerning, Julie, because when I found out it wasn't a catfish and it was real traffic people, that's actually scarier because that means more involved. And man, I have a couple stories too, but like I'm gonna keep it PG, whatever. But like,
okay.
Julie, you remember my ex was like really nasty and horrible, and you know me, I wasn't that happy at the time. So when the Stevensons, they were dicking me around, not giving me credit, and I was like, dude, I don't care if I was reckless, like Evil Knievel. I'm like, I don't care if I live or die, but and when I went in where I got extorted, and I knew what it was going in. I wasn't stupid, dude. I knew what it was, but the plan was get extorted, go to the place, whatever, go get lured and get killed where it was, get a rock star death. Because you know me at the time, I was like I was different than I am now. I was in a shittier place. I'm really good now. I love my life. Do not want to die. Happy as fuck. Good people in my life. But back then, I wanted to off myself, just like when I was threatening BG and shit. I'm like, fuck this life, dude. I've had it. And so when I found out I was getting scammed on like even a death, they were more about probing and harassing versus actually killing. I was like, fuck that shit, dude. I even got more pissed because I was always telling this person, I was like, let's meet up tomorrow, because they were the one pushing to meet up with me. I'm like, let's meet up right now, tonight. You're 2 hours away. Let's meet up. Oh no, next week, blah blah blah. Next week, 2 weeks, and they're full of shit, dude. And they're also full of shit. So I reject them. Don't talk to them. They harass me to death, to the ends of the earth, accusing me all sorts of shit. Other people who I suspect are from dark web world, they reject them, don't talk to them. They don't do that to them because they're on the same team. They're all from dark web, needle in the haystack world.
Web too. I mean, I had the top person sitting here, which you guys already know, and he's like, "Yeah, I was messaged by people all over Europe, and they're sending me messages. Why am I getting this? That he's telling me about this. Like, there's a reason, because where does the dark web go? It doesn't stay in the United States. It goes everywhere else. Why is Keegan Klein using Bitcoin? Why is
And
one of Libby's...
Adina, you remember Adina, Julie? We're gonna roll that out real soon. That
Okay,
is
good.
like top
Do it.
tier. She is like the top final boss of that dark web
Please do
bull
it. Please do
fuckery.
it. Look,
Hey,
and you've got one of Libby's friends that's her age, that's friends with Keegan Klein, that's already doing the Cash App, you guys. You already know it, buying pot, doing all this stuff, going down to Florida. Now she's been in jail and everything, and God bless her. I feel sorry for her. But I'm like, listen, the Bitcoin thing, you can hide this stuff. There was stuff like I'm sitting at the trial of Keegan Klein, and I would put it upon anybody that wants to see any really good transcripts. Get the Keegan Klein transcripts, because it's going to tell you the technology that they're utilizing in the whole Delphi trial. You need to get that, because I listened to Cecil Christopher and that, and it was pretty unbelievable. And it was like, they were protecting. I know that Doug Carter was there with Jerry Holman and all these people. They were there protecting they were kind of protecting, probably Libby and Abby and that whole thing. But they were there for a reason. Like, you had it looked like ICAC that was there.
Yeah.
They were there for a reason. And then a lot of these people showed up for the Libby and Abby thing. So there's something here that's potentially involved. Not that we're saying that Libby and Abby were killed for that, but I
It's
think
it's on top. It's another layer on top for sure.
it's another layer, because remember, any kind of child predator usually goes hand in hand with any kind of drug stuff, because
Yeah.
everything can be used up, utilized.
Well,
It's a money
and
thing.
let's talk about this, guys, because this is what, before you came in, we were getting on this, Julie. We really never cleared it, and poor Josh, he had to go because he has to be up super, super early. But we were talking about the transport orders for the 4 prisoners who are going to be defense witnesses.
Oh,
and
yeah.
Hey, Prof, let me get in here real quick and say
go ahead.
Real quick, just good night. My phone is letting me know that it's.
Yeah, it's good to be here, man.
I'm
It's
gonna have
good
to
times
go
right
like
now.
in 15 minutes anyhow. I gotta be up in like.
Yeah, I'm out here at Terre Haute. I came to watch a game, show. I'm sorry, a friend of mine played here, and I'm gonna stay here in Terre Haute tonight. And I just want to say good night, and I hope that. Sorry, I was late. I hope that everything works out for the best.
It feels
on
like
this
it will,
case.
dude. I can feel it, man. I can feel it, dude. Even if we lose, it feels like we're winning after. It's like
yeah, absolutely.
mega insurance, dude. It's sick,
just want
bro.
to say, we're not gonna quit, man. And like what you touched there, Alex. If I die doing this, I'd rather die doing this than die running a load of drugs from
Get some
Brownfield and
cameras and
Kokomo.
some guns.
You know what I'm
Get
saying?
some cameras and guns. You're good.
Yeah, but anyway,
what Julie said.
I'm gonna let you guys go. Thanks, Prof, and go ahead, Prof.
All right, good night, Noe. Good night. Everyone say good night to Noe, please. Hey, look, I try to tell you guys multiple times that Noe is a heart of gold. Give Noe props. You guys don't know half the shit Noe's been through.
No, I do.
I haven't told Noe's story because I prefer for Noe to tell Noe's story, but yeah, Noe is anyone who's telling you that Noe's not in this for the right reason, you got to turn it back around and look at
you
them.
want to hear his story? It's pretty crazy, and I mean, he openly admits to stuff he's done.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's got ups and downs, and like I said it when I was walking on that bridge. The first time I went to the Monon High Bridge. I've had a lot of success in my life. I like adventure, but I've also had a lot of failure because of it. But it's all good, man.
Thank you. Hey,
I'm ready to go if I have to go. But you know what? We're not gonna stop.
You just go to sleep. That's where you
man.
go.
We got some bangers.
All right, guys.
Good night, Noe.
Love you guys.
Thank you.
Love you guys. Good night.
You too. Prof, can you read some of these comments that are in here, because people are saying a lot of things.
Oh, they're saying too much, but I want to talk about these damn orders, Julie.
Okay,
because,
but acknowledge your people. I've seen.
Oh, I am. I am.
Aaron is talking about Kyle.
Yeah, they're talking about the Kyle guy, and all. I mean, I'm putting them up, but these orders, okay? Because I don't know if you know about them yet, so that's why I wanted your opinion.
I probably don't. I've been on the phone all.
We got these guys. We got these guys here. So I know Alex has spoken. Adrian did. Poor Josh didn't get to chime in before he left.
He did. He did pretty good before he got out of here, man. He said some good shit.
Yeah, but the 4 prisoners who are going to be defense witnesses. Okay, we got 2 trains of thought, and I have mine, and they have theirs. So we have Keegan Klein, Chadwell, James Haas, and Reese Davis Jr. Now you got there a meth dealer, a pedophile, a murderer, and another murderer who murdered someone on Deer Creek. So there's two avenues that people are going with, but what's your immediate thought, Julie, on that?
I'm thinking each of them can attest to like the dark side of where they were and what they know. And collectively, I think that it could point in a certain direction and most likely away from uh, actually bring reasonable doubt, I guess.
Okay, so you did an Adrian. You did an Adrian. You pulled both answers because
Did I, Adrian?
yeah,
Yeah, I had
because
to. I
No,
don't
but
know what's
that's how
going
I
on.
feel. Like that's what that
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
It
I have no
is.
idea.
Yeah.
yeah. Well, I guess what I'm getting as the two trains of thoughts are that one side of it is, are they going to be witnessing to aspects of the criminal underground or underworld that exist tied to this crime, or are they going to be witnessing towards aspects of their prosecution and et cetera? And so, my opinion, though, is that it's
First.
leaning towards the criminal aspect, so
Yeah.
Oh
the
yeah.
ties
Oh
Yeah.
they
yeah.
have
Yeah.
into the community.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Listen. Okay. When I met with Hennessy, lead pipe, good guy, love him.
Uh,
Oh my God,
Lead
he
pipe.
is a stinker. You know, he may not be in the best health. He is he's so funny. You know, I'm like, what are you doing? I said, wait, you don't have a secretary? He's like, no, I do everything myself. And he had
wow.
this. Listen,
Wow.
I have to say, for somebody his age and his health and everything, he put together this entire this case where he was helping present it to Andy when we were in
Hmm.
March 18th hearing. And I said, you don't even have a secretary? No, no, no. Which he did have some misspellings and stuff like that. He
Yeah.
gave me this subpoena. He really should have they should have subpoenaed the lady that I was getting ready to talk about, because they said, we're I'm subpoenaing you. And he handed me the subpoena. I'm like, what? And he didn't subpoena the other lady because, which
Mhm.
actually I was so nervous about. I was literally I had I came back from Jackson Hole. We went skiing. I was at a conference, so I was always up every night, and up every morning because I had to go to the conference. And
Mhm.
I did not want to be subpoenaed. I was nervous as hell. I was like, no,
Yeah.
I'm not doing this. I'm not doing this. Please tell me I have to go. I was like I was at the bath. I had no sleep at all. I was like, no, this is the last thing I want to do. I saw Doug Carter, and I saw him in the hallway. And at the time, he was coming down. He's like, hey, how you doing? He gave me a hug. He's like, what are you doing? I was like, oh my God, I don't want to have to testify. He looked at me. He's like, you're testifying? And all of a sudden, all of his officers were springing by me, running down the steps. And Skip and I were looking out the big picture window, and we see Rick Snay jumping after Noe. And I'm like, what is going on? He's like, oh, I'm sorry, I gotta go, see ya. And so I didn't get to finish talking to Doug, but I could tell Doug was
Damn.
really shocked. And I was keeping
Mhm.
an eye on Doug, so I was like, oh my God, he doesn't know I have to be here. And I know it was awful. Um,
Julie, has Prof sent you that Daniel
Oh,
shit? I'm not gonna say the full name, but the Daniel shit that I sent him.
I want to hear the rest of the
It's
story.
I don't. I
important.
don't- no. I
All
don't
right, I'll have
think.
him send you. It's important. You need to have the investigators over there talk to that guy because he definitely knows what the fuck's going on as far as both
Oh
Stevenson's
my
and
God.
Delphi and drug world. So I'll have him get you the
Oh my God.
info.
You
Call that guy
guys.
up as a witness or talk to that fool. Have someone talk to that fool. But yeah, continue your story because I know a
Oh
lot of
my
people
God.
want to.
Yeah, you're
I
gonna throw
need
me
to
off
hear
now.
this.
Yeah,
I'm
Yeah.
gonna be
yeah,
like,
yeah.
okay, okay. Oh my gosh.
He's hardcore,
That's.
man. He was talking to me last year after
Oh no.
Inquisitor did a
Yeah.
documentary saying I
Prof, do you
tipped
hear
it.
this? You got to send it
Yeah,
to
he
me.
heard it. He heard it. He
Like,
has it.
we're the like. Here's the thing. It's like, I know people got mad at me, like, oh, what's Julie doing talking to the defense? And you know what? I was scared to death. And I'm like, I'm
Yeah.
not going to talk. I'm not, listen, I've been fighting for justice for Libby and Abby. The last thing that I'm going to do is give information to somebody that's going to go against justice for Libby and Abby. I
Yeah.
went to my pastor and I'm like, I'm going to, listen, I'm asking for prayer. And then I was like, okay, wait a minute. And I said, can I meet in the prayer room with these guys? And he's like, yeah, you can meet in the prayer room. And I said, can you meet at my church? And we're going to say a prayer. And then I'm going to put this to you right now, here and now. I'm fighting for justice for Libby and Abby. And I'm not going to give you information that's going to put somebody that killed these girls, let them off. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. We understand. We understand. We don't want that either. If this person did this, he needs to pay the price. We're just asking for information. Information is information. If you speak the truth, how is that going to get somebody off that did this? Because if they have it, then that's what they have. We don't even understand half of what we've been given because we haven't received discovery. We have no idea who's who. So we've been directed to contact you because you might know who people are. And you might have a better understanding. And that's all I did is I gave them a better understanding. Okay, this is no, no, no. This person's this person. No, this person's this. No, 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 no. And I said, this is all I know. And I said, I really don't know anything.
I got
I'm
a
not.
question for you, Julie. What can you say about defense's view on Stevenson's or trying to reach out to Coy Cox? Because
I don't think there's anything. I mean, I don't know. I don't know
you don't know, huh?
specific.
It's
No,
kind of hidden, huh? It's
it
hidden for me
is.
too, because it was hidden. Remember, I was with you that November,
I could
2022,
find. I
September
could.
to March, and we didn't know shit. I didn't know shit. I was on the other cases, so that shit is
There's.
like wrapped up, top
I mean, I could.
secret.
I could tell you something else, like on the DL, not on here, about
Yeah.
local people that were out there, and not the people that I've mentioned before that everybody knows that have been there, and
Oh, name
it's
them now. Name them now.
no,
Fuck the
no,
DL.
no, no. I want
Well,
to
name the
live.
scenario.
No,
Try to
I'm
paint out
60
the
minutes
scenario.
away. I'm not doing it.
You're saying they're connected to an extent somewhere up higher layer, right?
Kind of, but it's
Yeah.
connected to one of the families. And I'm not doing it because
Oh, exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let her
I
That's
be.
what I
Let her
can't.
thought. That
be.
means meth. That means drugs. That
Listen,
means Charles
yes, it
Stevenson.
does.
Yeah.
It does. It does.
Yeah.
And listen, these people will do anything. These people are willing to do anything to shut you up. Like, okay, you have to think about this. Why are there already two drug, quote unquote, if you want to call them, whatever you want to call them, you guys can call them whatever you want. But the locals know that there are two drug gangs, and there's two drug gangs. However, I don't know what the proper term is, and there's one specific older group that runs the Monon hybrid. And everybody knows, stay away because these are the kingpins that you're supposed to stay away from.
We talk about
So
Jeff Regan's group or who?
I'm not saying you can say whatever you want. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
Just
I'm
leave her
not
be.
doing it. I'm not doing it.
Leave her
And
be.
and
Or what do
so
they rhyme with? Do they rhyme with Els Fangels or Tout Bras
no, listen.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
The one
or Inlanders?
guy with the same name told me that they were the ones that ran the bridge, which I already heard it from somebody else. So I've heard it from two separate people that don't necessarily know each other. And then there was another group. Okay, so it's unheard of two groups and then maybe a possible third group being out there that day. You know, what are the odds? Well, the person that had one of the ladies that I talked to is who was a local who was heavily invested in Delphi, and she's not even on these groups, but everything that she's ever told me has been so accurate. That's the way I met Max. Okay, so I'm
Yeah.
just telling you, she's solid. As a matter of fact, Jerry Holman called me because she's so solid. In 20 at the end of 2019, when I gave him information where a friend of hers said, "I think so and so did this. I think it's my ex-husband, and I think it was a hit because he does it for drugs. He's somebody that works on the DL. He works this and this and this, and I think he would do it for either drugs or or for money, and he does a hit."
I have to
And I
ask you a
love
question, Julie. Important.
sure.
So you have Patty's family, whatever. They're rivals. Both knew RA before arrest, lied about it after arrest.
Hmm.
Why is one more than willing to say, yeah, it's CSM, yeah, it's drugs, and the other one, nope, not talking. Well, even with the gag order, whatever. Why are the rivals more willing to admit what it is? Granted,
Because
it doesn't point to them. It
ask
points
Prof.
to
He knows
other
the
people.
answer to that, and I
Yeah,
can't
what
say
do
that
you
on here.
think, Prof?
No, well, Prof. He
I'll
You
knows.
talk to you
can't say.
backstage.
You
All
can't
right,
say
all
it
right.
on here. You cannot say it on here. It cannot be said on
Well,
here.
it seems too that I'll be real here.
It can't
The
be said.
patties are
No.
more. I will be honest, dude. I've had more issues with the rivals of the patties, filleting me up. But also
Hmm.
on that token, I have more. I just stayed away. It's just like Stevenson's. You just know. I don't think they're
Yes.
bad people or whatever. You just know that's taken care of. That people already on that whatever. the allies, enemies, like I'm not fucking with that. I want something new. Try something new, right? The rivals I've always had the most interactions with, helpful on accident, sometimes, against their own interest, whatever. But yeah, it just seems like
Prof knows the answer to
the rivals
this.
are afraid of the feds, FBI, and
Mm.
for sure more than the patties. And the patties seem better in with law enforcement. But like I said, I've had way less crap from, like I told Prof, dude. There's defense that wants the truth, prosecution that wants the truth. And then there's a criminal element that LARP pretend to be both, and they overlap behind the scenes, and they have the
Yes,
same
I
goal.
100% agree with
Yeah,
that.
uniparty shit, and that's what we kind of and. We go. There's like hundreds and hundreds of them over
That's
the
what we're
years. So
fighting, in my
yeah,
opinion.
so
Well,
that's
think
why we
about
came
this. Even
together.
if you
Yeah,
have good, honest people,
they
once
would be
you did,
naive.
once
Yeah,
you did something, when you're at the point of no return, and you involve 3 to 4 major people in this case, you cannot turn back. Listen, if all 4 or 5 people agree about we're wrong, they can't turn back. Look at the case. It's a national case. You can't turn back because there's going to be a lawsuit. There's going to be embarrassment. They're going to have to resign. They're going to get
Amen.
fired. There's going to be
Yep.
there's some major reasons why when
Gonna
you're
go shit
wrong
storm.
you can't do it. You
Right.
cannot turn back.
yeah,
Yep.
it's
That's I
true.
Amen.
They're at the
Yep.
point of no return. They've
Mhm.
I
been at
know
the point of
FBI has
no
been
return.
hovering around
They have
like
to go
bees
through it.
over a hive, dude. I could tell. I mean, I can name a couple instances, but they're waiting for probably the case to be as they call on Stevenson's side, adjudicated, just like Stevenson. So once it wraps up, that offers the window for more people to be named and shamed in official
Mhm.
capacity or possibly arrested. But it looks like that's what's coming, and that's why they're
I'm
all
gonna
freaking
say
out.
something.
Yeah,
There's a person that was named in the PCA or well the memorandum,
yeah.
and this person said, "I can't wait for Richard Allen to be prosecuted and just put in jail to get the heat off the others that did this."
Shit.
I mean, yeah.
I
No,
mean, that's
I know that for a fact, and that's all I'm gonna
and
say.
and that right there, that's the crux of the matter, my dear.
But
Yeah.
I can't get to the rest of the bottom of it. You see,
Yeah, I know
I
what you're
know
talking
that
about.
much.
Well, we got a couple people to go after that aren't sleuthers or YouTube favorites, whatever. So like we got them, and we got more. We got a lot of good shit, a lot of dopamine hitting shit, and no, that's why shit feels good right now. It's refreshing, man. It's almost like you know,
Oh my God, I
some
hope so.
people don't respect you unless you tell the truth, whether it's harsh or not. That's kind of where we're at right now,
I think there's a lot of directions. Like I feel like there's 3 or 4 directions right now, and I think they need to be honed in on. I mean,
Right.
and here we are, like
Yeah,
the
exactly.
jury selection is going to be. I'm going to try to be there. The Friday, Saturday, Sunday, or Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and
Wow.
then I think the first week of November I'm going to try to be there. I know that there's going to be like limited seating, whatever. I'll figure it out, but I think if anybody has any information with what we've talked about, and you may not think that you have any information that anybody can do anything about, just message Prof or whatever, because
Yeah.
it is needed. Um,
Daniel and Nadina hit those both up. That kind of pinches local baked in the cake where it started and after
Let
baked in the cake later.
let me
So
say this about all tips I receive. We screen them, and they basically go to the law enforcement and to the attorneys. So that's how it
yeah,
works.
dude.
That's wonderful.
I don't know. It's been a good ride, dude. I'm glad this whole new like third party defense wave, like based in I don't give a fuck attitude, and it's with some previous prosecution people, like full on like third party, don't like either, or full on defense, I want the truth, or full on I thought it was criminal underworld since the beginning type people that aren't criminal underworld. It's been a good wave, dude. We've got a lot of good shit out. I just the vibes are just all around better. like all around, dude. I you know, it's hard to explain, but
I'm
it's
going to
been
say
good shit,
this.
man.
Doug Carter did not tell the world that this is complex and this is complex
He did. Yeah.
complicated, and he would not. When I messaged him on October 30th, the day before I went to this, oh, we were happy to see this guy getting, accused of these murders. He did not tell me on October 30th of 2022 for nothing. When I messaged him, I said, "Hey, congratulations. You guys have worked hard. I'm so happy for you guys." Well, it's a step in the right direction. When I got that message, I was like, "What? Step in the
Mhm.
right direction? What are you what wait. You just
Well,
you just
Well,
arrested
So
the
yeah,
why
bridge
aren't
you
guy,
you
gotta
doing
right?"
a
understand,
victory
dude.
dance?
The threat factor is real
let
with both him and other cops,
Damn.
dude. They could put their shit like, for instance, Julie. If you and me, our reputation goes to shit, it's not gonna end up in a news article. Those type of people, it does and shit.
No,
It goes
right.
far and wide, and
No,
it's
I
damaging. You
already
know?
know that I've been told that
Yeah,
the reputation is paramount. So shut the f up and boom, we're done
let
yeah.
because what's done is done. This guy's been
throw this shit
this guy
away, make it go away. Blah 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 blah.
that is where I am. But you know what? I'm not going to be quiet, people. I'm not letting it
But
go.
Julie, so again, so just for our listeners who, because you go very fast and our listeners go very slow.
Oh, now don't
So
say that about them. They're smart.
no, but I know, no, trust me, this is so complicated. I know how it is to listen to. So what I'm saying is that for our listeners to be clear, so a very high up law enforcement officer giving a that you'd think would have been celebrating at capturing the murderer of Abby and Libby said
Hmm.
something to you. So can you repeat that little anecdote again? Because
Well, it's a
I want
step
them
in the
to
right direction.
understand.
Well, it's a step in the right
No,
direction.
no, I mean, okay. So yeah,
That was what was told to me.
so you were speaking with a very high up law enforcement on this case,
Yes, it's a step in the
and
right direction. I'm like,
and
what?
after the
And I
arrest,
said, yeah.
yeah. So yeah, so after the arrest of Allen, he says, what did you say to him again?
Oh, congratulations! We're so happy
Oh,
for you. Oh my God,
yeah.
you worked so hard. You
When you
finally found the
issue,
bridge guy. Well,
when you when yeah,
it's
so
a
when
step.
you say congratulations, this is great. You found the bridge guy, the killer
Yeah,
of
we're so
Abby and
happy for
Libby.
you. Worked so
The
hard.
response you get is,
Well,
well, it's a
it's a
step in the right
direction. Yeah. Hmm.
direction.
Hmm.
Eesh. And remember, after the arrest of Richard Allen, when there was a press conference on October 31st, oddly enough, um,
Yes.
he said to Emily Longnecker, the reporter that questioned him
Yes.
backstage, he
Yes.
said,
Everybody needs to watch that if you haven't seen that.
yes, she says, so have you, what did she say? Something to the effect of, have you caught the killer? How do you feel? Blah, blah, blah. And he said, the judge signed the probable cause affidavit for the arrest of Richard Allen.
Yes. Yes. And he said, yeah. Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That's what he
I
said.
mean, are we picking up a message here? Are we getting
Yeah.
the flavor of the feeling of this
Yeah, and
gentleman?
then when Nick McLean says, "Your Honor, we have reason to believe that Richard Allen didn't act alone. We need this to
That there
remain
are other
sealed."
parties, other
Mm-hmm.
actors.
Can you
Yeah.
guys, okay, without me saying anything, can you guys tell me who was the person that led the charge for the entire documents to be sealed about this case? Can you tell me who
Becky
did the?
Patty, is it? Wasn't it?
No, no, no,
No.
no. On
Was
behalf
it
of her, you
I don't
need
know. To
to
be
look at
honest, dude,
that.
I would respect it. Like, oh,
You
you
know
guys
it.
have your criminal shit. I stepped into something I wasn't aware of. I'm out. But they fucked with me so much with their little drug cartel, rinky dink, whatever the fuck they came up with
Mm.
it, and all their bullshit, dude. So I'm like, I'm on the attack now, dude, and they know it too. They
Can you
know it. They know who they are.
can you tell us, Julie? I don't think we know the answer to that off the top of
Mm.
our heads.
Hang on just a second. I was like reading something. Somebody said, "Julie, do you recognize anyone in the video the EOA has? The party where the Viking looking costumes." Oh, let me just say so. Okay, wait a second. This Viking costumes, okay. There is a person out there that I don't know who her name. I don't know her. I don't know who she is personally. Her first name starts with an L. has said that I'm some kind of Odinist and I have some kind of porn videos, and I was like some Odin
No,
worshiping, and that she's got like videos of
bro.
me. I will tell you
Let
100%
me say.
equivocally, it is so false. That is not me. I have never been an Odin worshiper or anything like that. God is,
Hey,
Jesus
bro.
is my savior.
Well, well,
Let's
Julie,
be honest. Let's
Julie.
be honest, Julie. You and me got. I'm being honest as fuck. You and me both got harassed and sextorted by the same people, and it's a group, not just one. And so
Show
to
me the
skip and
videos
say,
of me doing
I
this, and
never
show
saw
me
your
my
video. I
face.
never watched
No,
your video.
hold
I'm
on,
saying,
Julie. Let me say that I have Apophis as the individual who produced that video that everyone was so excited about blaming or accusing you of being a person. So maybe we should ask I to comment upon that.
Is I
I
on here? Ask I.
Yes,
Does I
I
actually?
who is in the video or where's the video from, and is it Julie Melvin? Let's clear this up once and for all because people assert all sorts
bro.
of people in that
I
video.
did see a video of somebody dressed up, and I was like, okay, that kind of looks like me. Some woman with a mask on. I'm like, I could see how that somebody that kind of looks like me, but that's not me. I would never be in
You
anything
know,
like that.
speaking
Not
on
I'm
when I'm
putting
that,
I on the
playing,
hot seat
acting, anything.
to basically help clear the air. Poor Julie getting blamed for being that individual.
if
No, it's
anybody
like,
has a
I
AI
don't really care what
video,
people say.
amen. If they have
Well,
an
that too.
AI video of my illegitimate child, I'm still not paying child support at all. You could pay me.
You have a child? Oh my
I
gosh. Oh
guess I
yeah.
did. Somewhere out
I
there.
said gotta go. Where are you
Probably YG.
going?
It's probably
I'm
young guy
leaving.
sketch. It's young guy sketch.
I have nothing to say.
So I Apophis
young
said gotta go. Gotta
YBS.
go. No, because I
Uh,
would like to see what these people are saying. Share it with me. Listen, these delusional people, before you spread information about me, why don't you just talk to me and ask me before you tell like 5, 6, 7 different people? Like, I happen to know people are like, oh no, so and so contacted me and said you're doing this porn video, and oh, you're on porn, and then you're in this Viking video, and look, you're doing the Odinism thing, you got the mask on, and I'm like, what in the hell? Like, who in the world, who in their right mind ever believes this stuff? Like, I cannot. Why don't you just ask me? I mean, all you have to do is ask me, and I'll tell you
Yeah,
the truth. I have
exactly.
nothing to hide. I have absolutely nothing to hide. I'm not there's nothing to hide. I will tell you the truth about things. So it was weird that people are believing
But
in their
Julie, let me
mind, and
ask
they're
you, why
creating these
why did you accuse me of the
illusions.
AI porn video? You know I don't do shit like that. I knew you for too long, Julie. You knew I wouldn't
Oh,
do an
oh,
AI porn video of you.
Alex. I accused you of AI porn
That's what
video?
Louise said, that I did the AI porn video of you.
Wait, what?
On
Supposedly. No,
CJ's
well, that's what
channel.
she said. You didn't come out of your mouth. It came out vice versa, or
It
through
didn't co-
proxy.
okay, tell her to show me where this is. Ask her, show
It's
me
on
where Julie said
She
that to
said
you.
I did the AI video of Julie Melvin in IMAX like Christopher Nolan, porn video
Who's Christopher
to
Nolan?
prove
I
you
don't
were
even know
sex
who these
tortured.
people are.
the
What?
director. Jesus
Like,
Christ. Oh my god.
yes.
I apologize.
What?
And I'm like, dude, I knew you for months. I never, dude, I was never, we were
Alex,
cool, dude.
I have never how would I even know any of this?
Well, I know other
What?
people said it, dude.
I
I mean,
okay.
realistically, Julie, let's be honest
It
here.
was
These
on
foster kids,
CJ's
these
channel.
foster kids get
Tell
jealous.
these people to send a screenshot of me saying that.
You and me had a good
Tell them
friendship
to.
relationship before
I
everything
think
went to
CJ.
shit, parting ways for different, reasons not really related to anybody else. But, people get jealous, dude. They're probably trying to like put a Jersey barrier,
This is
like, oh,
crazy.
I can't have Alex coming
The
back talking to Julie on some good terms, so I'm gonna say
Alex,
he made the
Alex,
AI IMAX video.
the only thing I had that somebody sent to me was this Laura girl. I don't even know her. I think I saw her one time at
I love
the
Laura. I love Laura. I'm
trial.
sorry. I love
oh,
Laura.
Okay,
I know.
okay, but no, but she's like,
Our
no,
Laura.
she listen. This
Our
Laura
Laura.
chick has believed that she believes I'm some kind of like she thinks I don't know, sextortion. I don't know, whatever you call it, whatever she
No,
thinks I'm, a sex
you
trafficker.
Skip and Snay Emmy got sextorted, and unlike some other victims I won't name,
Okay,
you know
then
what?
why do
With
you
us, we're like,
like her? This lady believes this
dude,
stuff.
no,
I
she
told
brings me the
Nancy, my
goods too.
friend, this.
She's funny as fuck, bro. I gotta say,
No,
I love her,
listen.
dude. She's smart.
No, but she's the one that said you sent this
I sextorted
video
you,
and convinced her that I am
bro.
in this sex video and that I'm also in the that I'm a Viking person. She said she's
Viking
saying
person.
that you are the one that sent this to her. And I said, well,
Wait,
that
I
has
sent her the Viking video of you to
yeah.
Laura.
She says that she got this stuff from Alex, and she told Nancy, my friend, that she got this from you. And I'm like, are
Oh,
you kidding me? I said that's
lies.
Let me
all. That's
say,
all made up. That's all made up. That is
I don't
not
know.
true.
She's been pretty. I don't know if I believe that because the other people I heard it from said wilder shit than Laura. So they might have been trying to paint Laura
These
as bad.
people. This is the thing: is why? What does this have to do with anything? And why make up stuff? It has nothing to
Well,
do
because
with
they try
Libby
to
and Abby.
wash out like, oh, Julie and Alex weren't sextorted by the same people. They were sextorting each other for money and Viking
Listen. Okay.
stories and all that
Listen.
shit.
Even my husband can't get an underwear picture. When I'm at work. Sorry, I'm not putting
Same.
anything across the social media. Okay.
Come on,
So
Ted. What the hell,
Bro,
Ted?
let me
listen,
just say,
you
I love
won't see me
Snade's.
doing
I
one
took
damn
after
thing
Snade's
out
lead,
there. I'm
dude,
just
when I
telling
saw
you
how
right now.
when Snade
You
dealt
will
with it, the
never
way he
find
dealt
a
with it.
naked picture of me anywhere or
I was
anything
on the
of the
internet
sort.
before Delphi, but when Snake
Smart
said
lady.
like
Smart lady.
he's like my dick pics on the internet. So how about this? He's like, I don't give a fuck. Go fuck yourself. I was like, fuck, dude. When he said that shit like last year, basically, I was like, that's the route I'm going, bro. Because like
Wait, who said that?
Snake, dude, he's a real one, bro. Because they got him too. They were harassing the fuck out of him for speaking on certain truths, in the community. But he was like, I don't give a fuck. What are you gonna do with it? I don't give a fuck. Go fuck yourself. I was like, fuck, dude. But he's one of many. I'm one of many. Julie's
I
one
think
of
it's
many.
very important to talk about this stuff because people in the background have heard all these little rumors, and they're if they're not real strong minded and they don't know you, they just believe it. And I got to the point where I was like, I said to my friend, I was like, I really don't care what people think, because I know who I am,
Yeah.
and if these people are low enough and they're feeble minded enough to believe it,
Can you?
I am
Yeah.
not going to throw my pearls before the swine. They can go ahead and believe
Well,
whatever they want.
speaking of pearl
It's not.
necklace, what do you think of the rumor I got graped by like 50 plus law enforcement at the foster home in Indiana? What do you think about that?
Oh no, I didn't
I
know
know
that.
who's. That
I'm like,
was fucked up, bro.
no. It's
I ain't no foster kid. No disrespect to them, but it's like, goddamn, dude. I'm like, dude,
You sure?
I am sure, dude. Look at this haircut. Is that foster kid haircut to you? No, that is a real
I think
man's
it's
haircut.
natural. I think your grace grows that way.
Dude, bro, even if I was in foster care, dude, fuck, dude, I'd be pimping out myself
You're
in there, dude. I wouldn't be getting pimped
you're
out. You know what I'm
fine.
saying?
You're fine. You're fine.
Fuck, bro. They try to throw all this shit on. They said I was pimped out by the whole state of Indiana and that foster care system. I don't think so, dude. I don't think so, dude.
listen,
Real pimping
Alex.
in here.
Listen, I think okay. I'm just going to put this as a mom. Okay, I'm going to give you mom advice.
Stay away
Once
from
you
the
get
Asians.
okay. So please, everybody, just understand that I'm giving Alex mom advice. Okay, so
Okay.
don't come against me. But I'm just saying this, Alex. When you get past these chicks that throw themselves at you because you're really cute, okay,
I know.
and you're so smart. But listen, but don't fall for you're a gamer and all this stuff, and
Oh
these
my god.
listen, these girls want to throw themselves at you. Do not do the groupie thing. Never, ever, ever,
Yeah,
ever.
I learned my lesson, bro.
Stop.
Fuck.
But don't do it. Listen, I'm just going to tell you. Aside from you doing the incinerator, incinerate. I'm sorry, with all due respect, incinerating bodies. Uh, you are a
They love
super.
that shit.
Listen, but you're a smart kid. Don't get caught up in the back down terrible stuff. Like if you really you could make a lot of money
Oh, as
doing
a gigolo for the
no,
foster
no,
care
none of
system.
that. Don't do any of that. Where's your mama? That's what I want to know.
She
You
loves me,
can
dude.
make
Like that same dude.
listen, you can
Yeah,
make a lot of money. I'm serious. Like
bro.
just when you focus with your brain and with your
Yeah.
talent, don't go off. Listen, somebody's got to keep steering you straight, Alex.
You want to know my honest opinion, dude? The Asians of like Korea and Vietnam and all those places, they fucked me over so hard, more than people on Delphi, all the people I bitch about every which way forward, prosecution, defense sides, because they're still vengeful about Vietnam War, Korean War, so they got their vengeance on me, and I'm not even that white. So it's like, why are you taking it on me? It's because I'm easier. They know I don't got the nukes like that, you know, so they're trying to get a punch in, you know, while they can. So, you know, that's my take on it, you know. But wait till they meet the foster care system, dude. Yeah, amen.
Nothing. Well, okay, listen. Nothing else matters, Alex. Listen. If you keep yourself focused and don't don't veer off on this little path here and there, you can do some amazing things. And I actually think that you could work for some people really high up. Just watch it, because the government's very corrupt too. So
Yeah, they
that
love me. They love those
somebody will
foster
bring
kids,
you
bro.
in because you have talent, but then they're corrupt too. So there's a fine line between riding your independence and then somebody that's going to offer you something that's in the government. But I think that you could have a big impact on many.
Bro.
But don't get into the weeds and get into all this other stuff, because
Yeah, you know
I
me.
see
I get into
sometimes
those
because
vengeance
I do.
sidetracks, and I'm like, and that's the
I
thing. Both
do.
the female or male, whatever, they like the toxic back and forth. It's like, I'll show you. No, I'll show you. No, I'll show you. And it's like that little pendulum in the dentist's office, where it's like the ball that keeps going from the inertia back to back to back, and then eventually you have
Put
to
up a
decide to
steel
leave. You
wall.
know? Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like
So like,
you need to be laser focused. Like you are. Like there's not. Like there's $1 million from you, and everybody on the right and left to stop you. You
yeah, they are. But
focus
I gotta
to
say,
right
dude,
what's right in front of you.
I have good
Don't
shit
let it
outside.
stop you.
I don't, but I have good shit I can't speak on because I don't want certain foster kids I won't name to come after it, but shit has been going way better. And you know, I will say, if you're ever
Okay,
with
good.
a toxic ass person, cut your losses and don't
Thanks,
blame.
radar.
Thanks, Radar, and don't blame other people for your poor decision to be with that person to begin with. So
Right. We all make our own decisions.
it's better to learn, and I did learn, and I've learned a lot before too, but I really learned this last time. But some
Bye,
people are,
Copfax. Hey,
yeah,
Copfax is on here.
I know, I
Copfax,
love it, dude. I
thank
haven't seen him in the
you.
chat ever,
He
dude.
said, gotta go. Good
Good night.
chat.
Night,
Thank you
cop.
so much for coming. We
But
appreciate you.
dude,
Come back.
yeah, dude, Koufax the real one, bro. He's sick, dude. There's a lot of good shit going on. It's good, dude. It's like I've heard some good shit across the board behind the scenes, and like I haven't heard anything bad, to be honest, recently. That's a surprise, dude. It's like everybody's gonna get what they want soon. You know, it's like Christmas, like the holiday of Christmas. Everybody's getting something for all your effort, pain, whatever, just existing on the case. Everybody's getting something. So it's looking pretty good. Even if I was in Becky Patty's shoes right now, I'd be happy. If I was vice versa, like anywhere across the board, it looks like shit's hitting in a better fucking direction. And it wouldn't have happened if there wasn't a lot of unity that wasn't meant to happen. So I got to give credit to Noe. He's not here, dude, but a lot of credit to him, man. He patched a lot of shit through that wasn't meant to be patched through. And a lot of other people, you know who you are. And, you know, some people I'm not good with now, but they did good work too. So, you know, I'll name them at a later date when I'm less pissed off.
I do hope that one thing that and I know I've talked to you about this before, Alex, because I was in the group with you guys. But and I will say that True Crime Web. This is
Steve.
Steve Hollowell. Yeah, Steve, and he actually did support what I had to say. Is this? I talked to the IMPD officer. Like, this is something that can't be ignored. Listen, I have spent a long time trying to find this guy. If they did, if the defense did request this, they maybe. I don't know what the state's position is on this, if they have to turn this over, but I absolutely know that two IMPD officers were there, and they searched the crime scene, and they found
They
40
found some shit.
caliber bullet casings.
I love
Found
that guy, man. I met him like Ann Ruckus in person not too long after I had some crazy shit go down. But
Steve?
Julie, I do have a question. Have you ever had a sugar baby before? Like non-sexual. Have you ever had a sugar
What's a
baby?
sugar baby? I
Like
don't even know.
you pay like $200 a month or like your guard dog, like a pit bull on your command. Have you ever had that before?
No, what do you mean? Pay $200 for a pit bull? What do you mean?
Yeah, what are you
Well,
talking
yeah,
about,
I'm just
Alex?
throwing it out there, bro.
What are you
Let
guys
it.
talking about? Okay, I'm
Alex,
58.
clarify. Just say it
What do
It
you
means
straight.
mean by
like, dude,
that?
200. Imagine you had a second family in Mexico, like a lot
Okay.
of Mexican, and then you were giving them Western Union $200 a month, and then they would like, if you're like, hey, I need this, you got to take care of this over there in Mexico, blah blah. You take care of
No,
that
not
shit.
Mexico, but I did. Okay, for a little while, I did try to help the guy that was doing the videos. I don't really want to out him because he's
Yeah,
a
yeah.
nice guy, but he's like MVT, okay? And he was literally living in a V, and I'm like, oh my God, I felt sorry for him. So I was like, if you're covering this case, I'll send you some money. So I was sending him $200 every 2 weeks because I felt sorry for him. But then all of a sudden, he thought I was talking to some guy named Harvey Carroll, whatever, and
Yeah.
he thought I was talking to him. He's like, "Oh my God, I heard you were out
Well,
with." And I was like, "What?" He thought I was out with Harvey Carroll on a trail, and I'm like,
yeah, I know.
"What?" Yeah, it was
I'm
really.
like you, Julie. I've contributed to a lot of people. Like, when you're around a group of friends, a lot of them are downtrodden,
Mm-hmm.
whatever, the
Well,
sex,
because you
whatever,
want to
and you
help
give
people
money,
out.
and it gives good luck. It is like good. It's almost like when people do all those weird rituals and shit in demonic satanic world. It's like the opposite of that. So it's like light energy version of that. So you're like, hey, I might not get anything from this up front, but down the road, all the good deeds I've done, it will mean something, some protection. It's not all going to be for nothing. I'm not going to just get like shanked for it. So I do understand that
No,
aspect for it.
I personally try to help people out because I know they really need help, and you know that it's never gonna, you're not gonna
Yeah,
you
and
never
thank
are
you for helping
expecting to
me out
benefit.
when I was, donate. You remember me when I was donating plasma and bursting my
Oh
arms? You remember that
yes.
shit, dude? Like, dude, I was talking my whole life. I was talking about busting cherries and busting down, and then my arms get busted from
Yes.
the plasma machine, dude. That was rough, dude. That was some ghetto ass shit. But
Digital,
I'm never
you're a
going back. I'm
stinker.
never going back, never again, dude. But no, shit's been good, dude. Shit's been really good. But yeah, we're getting so close to the truth, dude. It's so sick, dude. It's like a
Alex,
shroom
how old
trip.
are you, Alex?
I'm 33 now.
Oh, you're still such a baby.
Yeah, you
Okay.
met me when I was either 30. You met me when I was 30, I think.
Guess
Maybe
what?
29. Yeah.
I will promise you by the time you are 40, you are going to be a machine whatever way you go.
Oh, I know. I already
I
know.
know it. I
I'm
already know
destined,
it.
yeah.
Like you're already on the you're young enough to still be kind of influenced by some things, but you got to have a little mama bear guiding you, and I see like you have a really great potential. And and all the young people on this love you because you're like funny and you laugh and you are pretty interesting.
Well,
But
it's good to
you
be upbeat, dude. It's good to have your mind elsewhere, dude. Don't be caught in the demonic loop of Delphi. Like, yeah, enjoy your hobbies and research and all that shit elsewhere. Like, appreciate elsewhere while still here. Like, don't get caught up in the tit for tat, because
yeah.
that's where I find a lot of solitude. It's like places where Delphi, no matter they could come out and accuse me, Prof, you being involved in the murders, whatever, it can't touch it. It can't. It's places that they can't touch, and that's how all of life should be. You should compartmentalize shit so where if one shit goes to shit, the other shits don't go to shit. And that
Hmm.
that has done me a lot of good, dude. And there's so much good shit I can't even speak on right now, but
Hey,
no,
hey,
times are good.
some of the people are asking, as Leslie and Swade Smith said, is it Masonites? Like they're thinking like the Freemasons or whatever.
Could be shit. At
I
this
mean,
point, I don't
okay,
know, dude.
so
With
like
that, when you get into the elitist territory, the compromised FBI
mhm.
territory, compromised Indiana government territory, that's where it gets into that territory, like the more Epstein Diddy territory, out of state, international. That's where we get
I'll
into the
say
Dina
this.
shit.
If you guys want to know about the local stuff, which is it's 1:26. I'm gonna have to go to bed because I'm gonna have to get up at 5:30, to work a 24-hour shift. But I will tell you
Yeah.
this: I grew up in Florida, and as a little girl, one of five, we're a year apart. My dad was prominent. My dad was a telephone repairman. My dad was very
Yeah.
smart, high IQ. He was everybody knew him. He was kind of a hustler, like he could play pool, play poker, and he was friends with all the bigwigs, all the people, the Freemasons. So the Freemasons wanted my dad to be a Freemason. My dad kept denying, because my dad is kind of like this. He won the American Bassing Grand Championship. He won a Ranger boat and all that stuff back in 1990, and he's always been this way. Nobody's going to tell me what to say or what to do, and I don't care if they want to offer me, how many $1 million contracts. They're not going to tell me what to say or do. So my
Yeah.
dad fished with Roland Martin, did all this stuff. He won the American Bassing Grand Championship, but he's like, I can't. I'm not selling my soul for somebody to tell me what to say. He said Budweiser was always trying to tell me what to say. I wasn't going to do that. That is how my dad is. That's kind of how I am.
Well,
So
once that gasket blows out, and you, me, and Prof have all had that, where you're humiliated or harassed to your lowest, or while you're going through some low shit elsewhere,
yeah.
that gasket's blowing out. It's like galvanized steel after that. Like, you feel fearless. You feel like Evil
Well,
Knievel after
I don't
that. You
know.
know what I mean?
No, but well, I'll just say this. I'm a product of my father, and my dad refused to be a Freemason. But as a little girl, we'd walk uptown, we'd walk up to the IGA, we'd walk up to the police station. I knew, I wow, I didn't even think about the fact that the person that was the police chief is the same one that's actually was the police chief in he might have been the father of the police chief in Delphi. Now that I think about it, this is the first time I've ever, oh my gosh, thought about this. Uh, but we'd go to the dime store and we'd walk by past the dime store and we'd look in this window. And this window had all this paper on it, but there was a little spot we could look in, and it said the Rainbow Club, and all of the women in town were, oh, they're members of Rainbow and they're members of the Eastern Star. So my sisters and I were like, what is that? Because we wanted to be part of this club.
Yeah.
Anybody that was anybody wanted to be part of the club in Flora, because it had a lot of power, because it transcended to Delphi too. Everybody, like if you're in Flora, you always wanted to go to Delphi and hang out, because Delphi is like the bigger town. So you wanted to be part of that. And it all ran together. It's like what, 7 to 9 miles away. And my sisters and I got invited to be part of, like, to come to a initiation of the Rainbow Club. And we went in there and they brought us in. We watched this initiation, and it's like this weird looking statue, like Baphomet, and
Yeah.
is sitting on this throne, and we're like, what is this? We're watching, and these women had to go through and recite some kind of like, I don't know, allegiance to this thing, and they were blindfolded, and then they had to kiss this ring, and this ring was actually on the person's finger, but when they took the blindfold off, it looked like it was on the toe. And if they were okay, I mean, it was like something very simple, because it was the Rainbow Club. So it's to get the teenagers and younger, under 20, to get into the Rainbow Club, which they then put you into the Eastern Star in the town. And so that's the whole thing. Now, anybody that gets into the Masons, you can commit any crime and you're covered. And that's
Yeah.
that's one of the things they tell you. Um, I'll go back to Tina Rodell. Listen, I've known Tina Rodell since I was a little kid. I lived across the street from her. I dated her brother. Her brother has since died. And before he died, he was an alcoholic, and he was having a lot of problems with law enforcement. And they came to him and they said, "Hey, listen, we want you to be a member of the Masons, and if you
Yeah.
do, you'll never ever go to jail again. Well, you'll fully be protected. You can do whatever. We've got your back." He wouldn't do it because he already knew what they were about. But I'm telling you, it was so strong in the town of Flora, in Delphi. That was what everybody aspired to be part of. Like, as a little girl, we wanted to be part of the club. They always had like little, like at the 4-H fair, they would have another offshoot of a, like, I don't want to say the club, but there was another club that would sell cookies and that
Oh,
sort of
say
thing.
it.
So they got you into that, and then they got you into the Rainbow
Ha-
Club, and they got
yeah.
you into the Eastern Star. So I'm telling you, when people think, oh, these Masons are nothing, no. When you're in a
Yeah.
small town in Carroll County, it is how it's been ran forever. forever, and it's
What do you
very
think about this,
strong.
Julie and Prof? I know in your world experience, have you noticed that like some of the most satanic, formidable villains you will ever face in your life, especially as a Christian, is a fallen Christian, rogue Christian? Have you noticed that?
Mm-hmm.
For whatever reason, dude, I cannot name the reason,
Because
but
they have that impulse of like, you know, that behavior, that really
yeah,
deep
it's almost like
depth.
Satan. They wanted to. It's like a taunt, like to corrupt somebody that was good or on the right path to
Mm-hmm.
bring them to more evil than somebody who never took that path. Is like more of a fuck you in your face,
Oh
and that
yeah,
is why some
abomination,
of the biggest
terrible.
some of the biggest villains you will ever face in your life that tear your soul up will be. It's just like Star Wars with the Jedi, dude. The worst Sith were the fallen Jedi. That's how it is, you know, in
Yeah.
reality. And I feel like, I do feel like the other people involved in this case are that are the worst of the worst are fallen Christians. I
I
do feel
say
like that.
100%. This here's
Yeah.
what I think is, I like when people say, "Oh, these trolls." You have to realize this is how you separate yourself, and not. And this is one thing I've told you this, Prof. Too. Don't listen. This is a spiritual battle, and so you have to look at it as good and evil. You're either with God, and if you're not with God, by default you're with Satan. And I know it's a very scary thought, because if people say, well, I'm not necessarily with God, well, by default, if you're not
Well,
with
wouldn't
God,
be yeah. Wouldn't that be the truth?
you
Let's say Alan's a piece of shit, he's a pedophile, he's a killer, whatever. If we know that there are others out there worse than him, it still makes it righteous what we were doing because we're like, yeah, he's bad, but he's not the worst one. And for
well,
him to be
well, I
taking
say
the fall
whatever
for all of them,
whatever is like it,
whichever way,
whatever
yeah,
is meant to
exactly,
be.
exactly.
Like if he did this, then okay, so let's bring everybody into this, let's let the truth be known. But what I'm saying is, like, even like the troll people that are in this whole case, you have to look at this like, don't, like, when I say don't throw your pearls before the swine. If you look at, okay, here's how I look at this. If you don't like somebody, or you don't like the fact that they're not on your quote unquote side, stay silent. Why do you have to go out and talk negatively about someone, or try to attack someone just because they don't agree with you, or because maybe they've talked to the defense, like myself? Just leave it alone. Just leave it alone. Just leave it
Yeah.
alone. But if you have to attack them, that means there's something within that, like, it's, to me, it's a huge weakness. And it's like, if Richard Allen's guilty, then who cares what anybody else believes?
I
Why do you have to
mean,
attack anybody? Because there's something negative. Like, it's a spiritual battle, good and evil. Leave it alone. Don't say anything. You don't have to go against people. Let it be.
yeah,
Let it be.
collaboration's been better. Like you, me, and Prof, we were all primed at one time to be against each other, but we have learned too, it's been more fruitful. Like you could smear Richard Allen, or you could scream at the top of the rooftops that he's innocent. And this is why we found more results, hidden targets around Richard Allen or around criminal underworld in
Hmm.
Delphi, in that area. And it takes it all the way. And that tells me a lot, like, you know, I've said a lot, dude. I'll say it
No
on other streams
targeting
in the
one
future.
people. 1%.
Exactly. It seems multiple points of indication, especially before and after arrest, seems to be way better for getting like a hone in on shit versus a crusade on just one person. And we're taking heavy risk right now because the fashionable thing to do right now is scream from the rooftops, he's innocent 100%, or he's guilty 100%. Regurgitation is easy, but like to take a risk and be like, well, what if that doesn't matter? What if what matters is what type of case it is? And that
Give me
will
unequivocal
place,
proof.
yeah, that
I
will
mean,
place him
give me
where he needs to
unequivocal
be,
proof. I don't care. Like, you can even tell me that, Cy Ray looked at this and said, "Oh, absolutely, he's guilty." Well, Cy, what did you look at? Oh, well, you looked at the fact that you took his phone, and that he was there. He was around the area at this time, this time, this time, but he didn't have the full on information. So, of course, we already know that he was there. He admits he was there. He admits he was there at this time. He drove by here, drove back around there. What's that mean? Okay, well, you think he's guilty. Well, did the law enforcement tell you that he already admitted that he was out there, and he was like within 1,200 feet of the crime scene, like that? to me, here's the thing is like, and I'll go back to the trolls and all that kind of thing. It
Yeah.
doesn't matter what they think. It doesn't matter what we think. It matters what the facts are. It matters what the jury thinks as well. And I mean, I even like am not even 100% anymore. Like I've seen too much stuff where nowadays the jury's like, well, they don't have anybody else. Looks like this guy. They proved it. Like, and they just want to. I, I'm not even 100% convinced that the judicial system is going to 100% work anymore. I'm not
Yeah, it's feeling
sure.
a little
I'm not.
Mexican, isn't it? It's feeling a little Knott's Berry Farm,
It's
isn't
feeling
it?
that.
Yeah.
Well, look, and we're getting people into our country that don't support the same ideals, that don't support our Constitution, and they're given the ability to vote, and also if you come in here, you might even get to be put on a jury, and in your country where you've never, when you come in here, you don't assimilate, you don't support the same ideals. If somebody says one little thing, you're like, oh yeah. And so then you're easy to convict or let go based upon where you came from, your country, because you were never, when you come into our country legally, you have to pass a test. You have to pass. You have to know the Constitution. You have to
Well,
speak some amount of English.
yeah.
And I'm telling you, what I've seen, I have seen an unprecedented amount of people, especially from Haiti, coming into our country because trust me, I have to take care of them. They don't speak any English, and it's causing. I can't even tell you how much
Well,
problem it's
I'll tell
causing.
you what, dude. I've dated a lot of different races. I've been with a lot of different ethnicities, years at a time, and I could tell you, in every household, it's a battle between God and whatever paganism came from their country, and it's not just. It's like not New Age
Hmm.
Tumblr paganism. It's like ancient demonic paganism almost. So like yeah, every household deals with it. Every household there's a battle between good and evil and who to turn to when shit gets tough, because a lot of households have been rewarded for turning to either or at the time. One's faster, one's longer in either scenario, but
There's
God is
only
always the best way, it
God.
is.
That's the only place you're going to get eternal life. Period. You know what? I mean, look at this. I mean, I'm not trying to get like all religious on you guys, but I mean, look at our country. Look what's happening. And if you guys pick up the Bible, I mean, don't just go to Blue Letter Bible or whatever on the online. You need to pick up the Bible and read the book of Revelation, because right there in the first chapter, God says, I will give a blessing to whoever reads this book. That is the only book in the entire Bible that God gives you a blessing. So even if you don't understand it, and trust me, the first like 3 to 4 chapters is like, oh my goodness, it's talking to the churches. But
Yeah.
when you get past like the fourth chapter, I'm telling you, read it and reread it, because what people don't understand is it takes a lot to pick up the Bible and read it, right? You're like, oh, I got other things to do. Pick up the Bible and read it. And if you don't
Yeah.
understand it, read it again, because
Let me
God
tell
will
you.
speak to
Yeah.
you that way.
I've forgiven a lot of people, and even the people that have done bad to me on this case. So the issue that I've had and that prophets has that they keep doing it after. So you're like, I forgive you, we're good. I'm moving on over here. But then they'll keep going. So then you're like, but then even then, with that type of stuff, God and stuff, future thinking in the moment thinking, you're not really like fully invested in them as much. So like even when you're not fully invested in them, that creates some, and it goes both ways, whatever, but it creates some animosity. It's like, oh, you
Hmm.
fucked me over, but you think you could just forget about it type shit. But like, it is worth it to just forget about it sometimes, because the reason I say that is because everybody's done shit that people have just forgotten about or whatever. And everybody pays in their own way, but like, I don't know, dude. Like, yeah, God's just worked for me, dude. And I've been a sinful motherfucker. I've been worse than I'm considered a big bad wolf in a lot of places. So like, I've just noticed I'm not perfect, but I know who to respect. And that is definitely one place I do
Hey,
respect.
criminal network, I just want to say something. I'm going to read what you said. The power of prayer is awesome. I believe in a God, but the Jesus story is too much make believe. I'm going to tell you something. There's a lot of stuff that's in the Bible that are parables, and just do me a favor. Read. I always tell I tell my son, start reading the book of Matthew, because it's the New Testament. When Jesus was walking, he basically tells you how to guide your life. And you can get a study Bible, but read it, and before you read it, pray that the Holy Spirit protects you, and that nothing, because look, Satan's always trying to create some kind of darkness and confusion. I mean, that's what the devil does. So I'm just telling you that yeah, you know what? Jesus is the way to God, and if and God says, ask anything through my son, through my son, and it shall be given. And I'm not, we weren't on here to start preaching or whatever, but I'm telling you, the time is nigh, and the time is short. And if we're talking about a spiritual battle, we're looking at Delphi. Look at the whole what's going on in the world, and there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, you know, read your Bible, and don't let anybody tell you what to believe, but pray about it before you read it. So that's all I can say to you. I can't force. You know what? God gives us all free will. You have a beautiful gift in front of you. God says, do you want it? It's free. And if you accept Jesus as your savior, you can have everlasting life. Or if you don't want it, we'll put it back here on the shelf. But if you don't choose that, then you choose the alternative. And eventually, when this world is over, you'll burn in eternal hell. You'll burn in the eternal flames of hell. And Jesus will say, "Depart from me. I never knew you." And you know what? In the Bible, it says that God says, He says, that my people will suffer from lack of knowledge, because you did not have enough knowledge about what scripture says. This Bible's been on earth, it's never changed. And that's what I'm going to say. And I'm going to stop my preaching right now. Okay, right now. But I think that, you know what? We are all accountable. Too much has been given, much is expected. So if you know that, and you have the ability to help change somebody's life, I'm telling you, if you don't know Jesus,
Yeah.
pray with somebody, read the Bible. And I truly mean that. And I'm sorry, because I do cuss a little bit. I'm not perfect. Guess what? None of us are
Yeah. Same.
perfect. We're not perfect. I'm not perfect. Forgive me. But I do know something, that Jesus loves everybody. He wants to save everyone. But you are given free will. And if you don't want to believe it, and you want to think it's
Yeah.
all a fairy tale and made up, that's your free will. You're going to choose the alternative. And God promises that in the Bible.
And I have one thing to say too. God does turn sin into good. So like me clout chasing on cold cases, or being, doing infidelity, which I've done forever. A lot of men have, but like to convert that sin into like finding answers for like people more innocent than me. And even as far as the family goes, like my sins helping them out, on accident, shit
Hmm.
like that. A lot of people have had happy accidents like that. Like it is a sign of like a higher being. It's like, yeah, like yeah, you went through all that and you fucked up, but it led to something greater, bigger picture, greater than you, something that happened before you even were aware of it,
See, and then
something.
you learn from that. See, because
Exactly.
that's what I see. Alex is like, you're learning. Look, I mean, I had to learn from a lot of mistakes that I made. I'm 58 now, and I made a lot of mistakes. I'm not perfect. Like that's what's happened. But I've learned from it, and I've turned away from what I've ever done that was wrong, and tried to do everything that was right. And I still sin every single day. I
Yeah.
mean, that's who we are. But
Over time, God tends to convert things that are super sinful and into positives, like
but
big
and
picture,
you
long term.
and you have
You
to
know what
be
I mean?
willing. You have to be willing to listen, and to be guided that way, instead of
Yeah.
reject it. Like, after so many times, what's the definition of insanity? Doing the same thing over and over and expecting different
Yeah.
results. Like, finally you say, okay, I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say, and I've seen that in this case, a lot of other examples in my life where somebody's sinful nature, jealous nature, like somehow long term hooked up with the right person, collab with the right person, whatever, and that sin converted into like ammunition against more sinful. You know what I mean? So like
Yeah. Thank you,
I
Criminal
do like
Network.
that.
Read
Yeah, I
Criminal
love that shit.
Network's little prayer there.
Yeah, so it's good shit.
Heavenly Father, we pray you remove the evil from Doug Carter and Jerry Holman's hearts. Be the heroes. The truth will set them free. Amen. I say amen to that too. Please. Oh my gosh.
Amen. Yeah,
Yeah,
this was a good
that's a
fucking
big
live,
prayer
dude.
right there.
This
Thank
live
you.
went better than I thought it was. I had no idea what was in store for tonight, but me and Prof are sitting on gold mines, and you too, Julie, but like other people too across the board, even I'm not gonna.
Thank you.
They
Yes.
won't say a lot of people prosecution side are like fans of what we're doing right now, but I can't say who or what or where, but like there's a
I
lot of
know.
unity. There's a lot of unity going on right now, dude. It's sick as fuck, and
You
like,
have to look, okay, like this is what I've told Prof. I said, Prof, Turbo, I talked to her forever. For
dude,
some
that shit
reason,
was sick, dude.
but listen, I have never had a bad word with Turbo. We
She's
had
a good
phone
person. Yeah, we had a
we
good time.
listen, we I had phone calls with her and everything. All of a sudden, she shows up in all these chats and says, Julie Melvin's been the worst thing for the families. It's caused the most pain. I'm like, what are you talking about? Anything that I've ever said privately, I have never said to them.
Nah,
Like,
yeah, she's a
I
real one,
don't
dude.
like. Where is this coming from? It broke my heart. It really did break my
But
heart. It
it's
was
like
like,
that, dude. Like somebody cool like that, like they'll be friends with somebody that like really, you really fucking despise that came after you. But even if you forgive the bad person, you'll forgive the
no,
lesser
I
of two.
did. Listen, I
You
don't
know.
even have any. I don't have any animosity in my heart. I was like, wow, I'm really surprised that she said that about me because I've never had a bad word with her, and I don't hold animosity or hatred or anger towards anyone. What I do is I take the information and I learn from it, and I just adapt. That's how I am. Like you can't because if you hold any anger or animosity or vengefulness at people, and you go and attack them, it only harms you. It only harms
Yeah.
you. It backfire. You don't do that. You just learn from it and then you change your behavior and you go away from that kind of thing. And that actually hurt my feelings a lot when Turbo started kind of coming after me and attacking me and saying these terrible things
But she's getting
in that.
harassed too by people that weren't you, that were like same. It's the same shit, like guilty by association type shit. Even if you're not aware of it. And I've had the same with Prof and other people, and Prof vice versa. So it's like
Ridiculous.
it
It's
gets
totally
messy.
ridiculous. Why
It's a human experience. You know what I'm saying?
don't we want the truth? Don't we want all of the information out there? So, like, this is here. This is my thing is, and I know I told you, hey, you knew when the defense had contacted me, and I was like, hey, can you guys check this person out? I actually thought somebody was like, there was some fake person coming after me, and I think Rudy's like, oh yeah, that person's real, and I'm like, oh no, I don't want to talk to
Oh,
somebody that's on
I'm
the
gonna say some
defense.
shit. I'm not allowed to say. Me and Rudy, we are working on some shit, but it's not true crime. Outside of
Oh,
true
okay.
crime, we're having a ball, dude. But like, I do
You
owe a
guys are
lot
good
to that
together.
guy. Yeah, we do work good together, and he is not in on the murders. He was not paid for hacking, but we got caught up. Every one of us, you, me, Prof, we have been caught up by either naive people or
Well, or us,
sketchy
or
people that
me
we did
being
not
naive.
foresee. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
I was naive enough to think, okay, some people would say, oh, well, Julie talks to too many people. Well, why not? I
That's what
mean,
Hannah Shakespeare does. She gets good. She keeps it real.
she
She's
does,
a
and
real
and,
one.
and I,
Yeah.
you know what? I like Hannah. I talked to her too, and I'm like, well, why not? Because don't we all want the same thing? What do we have to hide? I don't need to know more than all of you. You know, I think
Yeah.
that's so ridiculous. Oh well, I know something you don't know. That's ridiculous. That's where you get like these people. The mind, the trivial mind, just kills me. I don't care. I don't care if somebody knows more than me. Good, good. Let's get it out there.
Yeah.
But that was always a thing with this, and I was like,
Well, you've learned with this kid. I've learned even before Delphi. Jealousy will fuck you up from other people.
hmm
It will fuck you up, dude. They'll come after you so hard, dude. It could be the same sex, gender. It could be old friends. Yeah, they'll fuck you up bad, dude, over jealousy, dude.
it's
And
really it's
yeah,
sad. It's sad because I did think that we were all on the same page. So that's why I was like, somebody, connected me to Fig, and I'm like, oh well, I'll tell them everything. I'll tell. Oh, Skip and Fig. Well, yeah, I'll get. Wait a minute, I'm gonna get out of Delphi, so I'm gonna give you everything that I have. because you guys are kind of wrong in what you know. I'll just give you some stuff that I know, and I'll send you. And that's why I first sent those two guys my recordings. Some of them my recordings that I had from, the Lifetime documentary, and it wasn't all of them, but there were good. There were good points that they needed to know because I thought that they weren't. I felt like Skip wasn't exactly on point on some of the stuff. So I said, let me just kind of set you straight. You guys can go from there, take it whatever you want. And then those recordings got sent out to people because they were like these, and it turned into something like I said, like I've had these at the time I had them for 6 years. And I said,
Yeah.
I would never do this because there's like probably 10 people here. And without their permission, even though they knew I was recording, I don't think it's acceptable I don't want you to ever play that out in public. And that was the promise that I
Yeah.
had. And then they got played out in public. And yeah, that's how I met Meow or Tara. I ended up calling her dad because I asked you, hey,
Yeah.
Alex, give me her number. I
I
ended up calling
remember,
her
dude.
dad. Yeah, and
And
her
dude, I've
dad.
had similar experiences. Like, with the whole Luis thing, dude, I was more, my ex-girlfriend was a bitch, so I was more than willing to meet Luis, but she was on a mission, she wasn't being honest about it, and she was playing games. And she doesn't live far from me, so it's like, let's hang out today. You wanted to hang out? Let's hang out today. Oh no,
Yo,
I'm busy. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Because you're on a mission to humiliate me, to fuck up my life. And you did, but not to the extent that you wanted, because I was aware of it. And
well,
there's
as long
others
as
that
you
have been fucked
understand
with.
that,
I
it's
understand it.
that.
Yeah.
And here's the thing: is okay, anybody being on YouTube, especially if you got your little face on YouTube.
Oh yeah, yeah.
These and then if you're in a case, the whole goal is there are women which I would never have believed until I've found this out through this case. There are women that are willing to flirt with you, and then the flirting goes to like sexual talk, and then
It's all
the
mental. It's not real. It's all
full thing,
mental.
and then the promise of meeting you
And
and
it's
that
not
kind of thing.
real.
And it's all
Yeah.
for information. It's all to get
For
information in the
clout
case.
on the
Yes, it
back
is.
end,
It
yeah.
is. It happens many, many times in this thing. That's why,
And that's why people call her a tranny, because trannies do that. They flirt with their girlfriends, friends that are girls, their boyfriends, ex, and like, oh look, your ex texted me, he wants to fuck. I ain't gonna fuck him, but he texted me that he would fuck. So I'm better than you. That's like exactly what Luis says. Like, you can't meet in person, bitch, because you're on a mission, bitch. Or it's all mental, and it's all weak. It's all cheap. It's all junk food, because that is
now
what you're
this
doing. It's all junk
Louise
food.
person, I've seen in chats, and she's always been seemed to be supportive. But I think she was the one that was talking to Skip as well.
She was working Skip, and you notice she'll never fuck over HEC or any of these dark web fucks as much as she fucked over me,
That's too
Prof, or
bad. I hate
Skip.
to hear this.
It is sad, but because she's here on a dark web mission from her dark web baby daddy. From the dark web. They're dark web, dude. Like, I hate to say it, it's true. They're
Oh
dark web
dear.
mofos, and she loves it, dude. Like, she may have a crush on me, but she can't come within
Dark.
10 feet of me without her baby daddy beating her ass. So that's the truth.
Mm.
So, like, it was all fake, dude. So it's like, Julie, it's like, let's say I wanted to sell you a car that I owned, and I knew my
Mm-hmm.
dad owned it.
Mm-hmm.
And I would tell you, yeah, you can have this for 5K because you're a cool friend, whatever. And when we got close to the deal, I'm like, never mind, sorry, I gotta go. And by the way, fuck you, blah blah, Joe, you're a shit person, blah blah. And it's because I knew, it's like, I like the hype, and I knew
That's
I was on a
weird.
mission, whatever. But like, when shit got too real, I had to pull back because I knew it's mission over everything, dark web mission over everything.
Mm.
Fuck what I said before. Like, it's all bullshit. It's all facade. So like, that's what type of time she's on, dude. That's why you'll never
That's
see
a
her go
that's
after
a scary
HTC or
thing.
Dawn as hard as she went on me or anybody else too. Because like, she goes after Angela too, and that kind of tells me a lot too. So it's like, dude, and she's like, oh, I'll
Anybody try.
kiss Doug Carter, kiss Toby, blah blah blah. I'm like, bullshit.
Oh
You're
my
gonna kiss a
god.
brick wall in your trafficking
Can
condo
I
because
ask?
you can't
Can you
even
tell
leave
me
the
then?
condo. Yeah.
Why would somebody like her come into the Delphi case? What's her angle?
she was meant to embarrass me or make me look like a monster by somebody that was jealous of me or wanted me off the case. I could guess who. I'm not gonna say who.
Specifically for you, but because I've
And
seen
others.
her.
And
I've seen her
others.
in a lot of other cases, like
Tommy
not cases,
Frost.
but a lot of YouTube videos and stuff.
Like other cases besides Delphi.
No, excuse me. I meant like I'm sorry. This case, but on other YouTube videos, commenting.
Yeah, she's here for, it's like a form of PR. So it's like if a PR company had a bot nonstop, agitating,
That's
causing
weird.
shit, getting people off the grid, that's what she does. And she is one of those, dude. And
Is
she
that is
works.
that kind of is that a paid position or
It
something?
is, and here's why: that
That's
she goes
weird.
against both against defense people and prosecution, because there's a side that me and Prof have said before outside of prosecution defense that's pro criminal. She's part of the pro criminal side. So her and other people, they're trying to slide in at the last finish line of prosecution side, like, oh, we're pro prosecution, we're gonna, reap the benefits. We were here when the time's right. It's like, no. Everybody knows you're a fake ass. Everybody knows where you came from. Me, Inquisitor, and Fig, we took the beatings, prosecution side, even usually for an extent halfway, And it's like, you guys weren't there when it matters, so go fuck yourself. Your pro criminal side, we'll remember it. Pro chomo side, we'll remember it. You're not fooling us, dude. That's why you get 5 likes on your comments, because you're not fooling us, dude. So like,
Teresa asked who we're talking about. This lady
Luis
named
Cuevas.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
It's
others.
very strange. But here's the thing: is if you come into the Delphi case and you're on
Yeah.
this and your heart's in it, it's hard for normal people
To
to
grasp
ever
it
think
without the
that
backstory.
there's some like dark web people that come into this that are kind of like dark web bots, and they're like, oh, they're very likable. Oh, Louise, you're sweet.
Well,
And
it's sad.
oh,
It's sad, Julie. When I talk to her again, I may go with her in June, because I broke up with my ex. I don't want to go through the harassment she was dealing out while I was dealing with that breakup, like healing from it. I said, as a condition of talking with her, I'm like, we need a FaceTime, like 30 seconds at least, whatever. And she FaceTimed me. She FaceTimed Prof before, so she's a real person. What's sad, when I FaceTimed her and it's a real person, it does add to the gravity. Like, oh fuck, like there's paid people on this case, or this is some trafficking shit, and it's like it adds
wait,
to the severity.
okay, when you FaceTime, or you see the same person every time,
Yes.
and you actually see her face, or you see some other part of her
We saw
body.
her face. She's older than her pictures, but it's her. It's her. And even Prof saw it. Like, it's her, dude. It's a real person, dude. So like, it adds to this. It adds more to the credence that the case is criminal underworld.
Ooh.
It's criminal underworld, yeah.
Why? Because she looks scary.
Yeah, you know how like strippers or escorts try to hide their bruises or meth look with the lighting. That's what she was doing. Yeah. So she's on meth or something, dude. There's something going on, a little extra, and yeah, it's sad, bro. But like, there's others have dealt with that experience even before me and Prof were on the case. So like, it is a criminal underworld case, and those type of people have helped us on accident come to that conclusion with our findings outside of them, So yeah, it's some dark web, chomo, meth ridden, cakeurito, bake off, fucking. That's what we got here, So like, it's fucking crazy, bro. But I mean, me personally, dude, as I'm being real. I think she does like me better than her baby daddy, but she's trapped by the circumstance.
It'd be something though to steer clear of.
Yeah, it is, dude. I was thinking about that, Julie. Between you and me, I was at my work today, and I was like, can you be with a chick who is like been with a dude who has probably like been done bad stuff against kids?
No,
then
because
you're like, it's weird, dude.
No, you can't, because you look.
It's weird, dude. Then you feel like you got pimped out by the whole daycare center,
Alex, don't ever be with. Okay. Don't be with anybody that saw you on YouTube, because there's already a preconceived notion. You're like, oh, you're this rock star. I'm your groupie. Oh, you're cute. Da, da, da. Never do that, because it's not real. That's not the real thing that drew you in.
It's all mental for them. It's all mental bullshit.
It is.
Yeah.
Like, like if you run into somebody at the grocery store and you talk to them and you see them regularly, and then you strike up a relationship. Like, always trust the real stuff. Don't trust this social media digital stuff. It's not real. It's not real.
Especially once
Do
they
the
start
old
sending the
fashioned-
Yeah, it
nudes,
is bullshit.
calling you unsolicited text messages.
Bro, dude. And I've like video sexted
Criminal
chicks
Network
after
said-
that chick, dude. I'm
Criminal
like, no more
Network said
pictures.
I'm part of the cartel.
Dude, if you're part of the cartel, Julie, have her taken out, dude, or stuck in Dodger Stadium, with mascot. But like, dude, it's like,
Oh my god, that's
yeah,
funny.
dude, these chicks are wild, dude. Like, no more Delphi true crime bimbos. That's all I gotta say,
Don't
dude.
do
Adrian's a
it.
real one.
It's-
Adrian's different, but like,
I
dude,
don't
these other ones,
care.
dude.
Look. I know somebody that saw. What'd they have? Like 60,000 social media followers and everything. Don't do it. If it's online when they find you, no, don't fall for it. Let's go back to the old fashioned one-on-one meeting someone.
That's
I
what I'm
know it's
talking
easy.
about.
Mm-mm. I'll tell you, it's all fake. Otherwise, don't do it. It's better. You know what? It's better for someone to not know what a rock star you are on YouTube than for them to know ahead of time and meet you. Just
Amen.
meet him somewhere else. You'll get the real deal. That's the person you want. That's the sweetheart, untainted mind, preconceived anything. Just stick with that and you'll be good. The minute you succumb to all that bull crap, you're going to be screwed. I'm telling you. You show me some chick that's met you on YouTube and you show me a lasting long-term relationship of 20 years and I'll be like, okay, I'll pay you $500 for that.
When it comes to you two, I'll take the advice my last step uncle gave me. He said, Alex, if you're in the room with him, you pop some meth in their bunghole like a quarter machine, then you watch them climb up the walls and shit.
No, don't you even dare do that.
Just kidding, bro. I'm just kidding, bro. They already got that shit. But anyways,
bro.
I agree off YouTube.
Just kidding, bro. I'm bro, Prof. I'm bro.
She's bro, but
yeah,
Julie,
bro.
if you're cartel, Julie, you need to start putting in some orders, dude. I got some orders. You got to start putting these hits out. You know what I'm saying? You got to start doing it, bro. But
look,
as
they
far
said
as...
I can't. Oh my gosh, I can't believe you. I can't believe they allow you anywhere. Oh my goodness. This is rated rated R probably.
Rated R for retarded.
Okay, kids, don't even do that. Don't listen to him. Like, he's still young. He's working on it.
Young. I was abused in the foster care system by Buffalo Bob.
No.
Oh shit, man. Yeah,
There's
but
hope for
times
everybody.
are good. Dude, besides that, speaking of hope, the hope on the case, dude, shit's going in a real good direction, dude. I'm really happy. I'm happy with everybody across the board, dude. I don't even got a bitter bone in my body right now, dude. It's just like I got a bone, but not a bitter bone. You know what I'm saying? So like times are good right now, dude. You know what I'm talking about, bro?
Well, listen. If anybody has any information, look,
The hell.
they're still looking for information. Okay, I would say that law enforcement. If you look at the ISP website, they're not giving up, right?
Amen.
So
amen to that.
If there's anything to know, and if you don't want to send it to ISP, you don't trust them, FBI, whatever, send it to Prof, and we'll look it over and we'll get it to the right people. Which is,
dude, the other killer's gonna get caught in the next year. I'm telling you, dude.
Yeah. They're all fucked right now. Listen,
I want to know something. How do you know the person's not dead? Because
I know they're alive
because it's a bunch of them. My opinion, they're all about to get caught. Because this shit, it opens a can of worms they never wanted to open. So, there you go.
Yeah.
My opinion.
What do you think? What do you think, Alex? You think the guy's still alive?
Oh yeah, and that's the thing. We know. It's like we have the new cards for proving Alan innocent or least of the big bad wolves, and we also have who knows the other big bad wolves at this point. So we're in a good fucking spot, dude. We're not like in the dark, like, oh, we don't know what's going on. Like, we got some good shit, dude. That's why everybody's freaking the fuck out. And they're like, dude, it's like, let me just tell the locals in Delphi, you got a snitch in your town, and they're ratting out everything behind your back. And they've been doing it since fall 2022. So
some years.
Yeah, so go ahead and go figure out who that is, and you'll
feel good
about
guys
yourself.
Did you hear what JoJo said? Weird Alex, do you think that any powerful people were in Dropbox?
Yeah, I do, but I think the local crackheads are more afraid than the senators and all that Epstein higher level Mason shit, for sure,
Yeah,
because they're less
absolutely. I think so
protected.
too.
And they're the easiest to break, so that is who we've been seeing freaking the fuck out across the board. So it's
Interesting.
the House of Cards gonna fall soon, and it's pretty good, it's a good deal, Either way,
Yeah,
all
you
that
know what?
dark
Like,
web bullshit, dude, it's like fuck that, dude. It's all going down, dude.
You put stupid people to do the dirty work, and that's what revealed it all. So.
Yeah, legit, dude.
hey, Alex, did you hear that NM and Fouts? Did you hear the rumor about
Pats is
them?
being investigated again.
Well, did you hear where they meet and they got this certain group they meet in a certain place they meet in Delphi
Oh
or
yeah, I
like
heard about
outside?
that. I heard
Yeah.
about that.
Well,
So
I
what's
said it
with the
had to be
foster
Carroll
kids,
County
dude?
Country
Like,
Club.
dude, if I want a prime escort, I would not be going to foster home, bro. That's all I gotta say. Cause like,
Mm.
it's just like some Tim Burton shit over there. I ain't dealing with that, dude. It's like they're
Well,
type. They're gonna. Yeah.
I
It's
heard it
just
was a
not
country
safe.
club. You know what?
Oh,
Like,
it's a
okay,
country club now.
no, my dad used to be a member of the Carroll County Country Club. It's out there. It is literally out there in the country, and it's a small place, and nice little golf course, and so we'd go to the St. Joe Church, and then afterwards we'd go to the country club. My dad would go golfing. We'd swim in the swimming pool. But when I went there with Kay Weber and Doug Rice, we went there several times, and hey, there was the whole place was. Now, what I heard was it was like I heard that it's run by the cartel, and like I've heard like the Mexican cartel. And
Yeah.
I said, that's interesting because we ate at the Mexican restaurant. It was really good food. The person that was at the hostess stand was Mexican. The person that was at the bar was Mexican. Then I've heard recently that the higher ups are meeting down in the basement in some special room.
No, come
And
on.
no, like well, I already know there is a room down there. No, but okay, so no, and the person that we know is like finding this stuff out locally that there's some kind of like it's a legit person that told me that, and you know her, Alex.
Yeah. God damn, dude. I'm
I
gonna
don't
be a
know. I don't
gigolo
Oh,
know
after
you
about
this.
this.
talking
I'm
about
like,
the
what?
meetings? You're talking about the
I
meetings? Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, like I'm listening. I can't back it up, but it's interesting to hear.
Fuck. That's too much, dude.
You can ask. You can ask her. I thought she'd already told you, so
God damn.
it's like there's a lot of stuff.
What does Tim Burton have to do with this? It's too much, bro. But
There
like,
there's stuff. There's a lot of local stuff that's just been kind of hidden. Like everybody wants to think that this is a bigger thing. And gosh, I gotta go to bed. I'm gonna have to get up in like 4.5 hours.
God damn. Yeah,
Uh,
we'll wrap it up soon. Hell yeah.
but there are a lot of people, unfortunately, that were into the meth scene. There were a lot of people that were out there on the trail. People that don't even talk about it. There are some pictures. There are people that know exactly where the girls were. There are people like they're not even part of the main story that people have known for all these years. And
Mm-hmm.
to me, I s- I kind of I don't want harm on anyone because look, people change over the next 8 years. People have look, you've looked at one of the KC, oh yeah, KC that was out there with MA, and he's completely changed his life, and it's you know you kind of you always
So
hope
get
that.
on the witness stand and tell all if
Yeah,
you've
I
really
mean,
changed your life.
well, I mean, but
Fuck.
you see these people that have changed their life, and it's like, oh my goodness, it makes you. Yeah, it's kind of sad because it's like, oh, you got to pay the price for if you ever did anything like that. Not that I'm saying that they did, but let's just say if there was anybody ever out there during that time, they've changed their life and not that way anymore. They're still, you know,
If you've
somebody.
truly changed your life, you get on the witness stand and talk. That's my opinion.
Cromley said, Julie, what time were you at the trails and what did you see? Please tell us. Well, first of all, I didn't get to go search. I was at work and I wanted to leave early, and I actually had to work the next day. So I talked to my sister. She told me that Cody had called her and told her that the girls were missing. So, I thought about leaving early, and I couldn't get anybody to fill in for me. So I said, just keep me posted. And then she called me when they were found. I didn't go until Friday. So they were found on Tuesday. I went on Friday with four. I went out there with three people with my husband. We were going to go across the bridge. But when I was standing on the bridge, I had, I had somebody, um, there was somebody with a drone, and it like I'm like, come on, you guys, let's go. And a couple of the ladies were like, oh, we're not crossing that. And I'm like, come on, let's just go. I'm like, I'm not afraid, let's go. So I started crossing it, and as soon as I started crossing it, this drone came up and like was buzzing around my head, like it was like a fly. And I'm like, and Ted's like,
All the drones, dude. Those dark
Who was
web
a drone
drones.
pilot?
it must have been the FBI. I got stopped first, and but the first thing I got stopped was by this news reporter, and he's like, "Hey, you want to Can we talk to you?" And that this got put out on, like, I don't know, Good Morning America or something crazy like that. I said, "I'm not going to talk on the news. Is that thing on?" "No, it's not on. I just have some questions." And so I answered some questions, and then like a week later, my friend goes, "Julie, you were on the news," and I'm like, "What?" Like, yeah, Good Morning America or whatever did a special and had you talking on there. I said, "Really? Are you kidding me?" And then what he misspoke when he said, what he said. It was kind of crazy. I didn't care. It's like, fine, whatever. But when I got on the bridge, this drone came over me, and it was like buzzing me like a fly. And Ted's like, honey, somebody doesn't want you crossing this bridge. I'm like, why? Why not? Like, there's nothing here. Like, why can't I cross? I want to. And the two ladies weren't willing to go with me, so I just kind of stood there, and the thing it went up high, and then it just hovered and hovered and hovered. So I figured, we'll come back
Fuck.
later. And then so I think it was three weeks later I went back, and then Ted and we walked across there several times, and then the first time was when we got stopped by the FBI, and both two cars came up on us when we got to the edge of the creek. I didn't like. I said, "Honey," I said, "Can we go down the Can we go down the hill? Can we go down here?" He's like, "I don't see any. Like, there's no markers or anything. It's look like you can walk right to the." And there was no yellow tape, by the way. Everybody thinks, oh, there was yellow tape at the end of the bridge. I am telling you, 3 weeks into this, there was absolutely no yellow tape. And I happen to know from Kay Weber that Paul put the yellow tape up after, because he was sick and tired of people trespassing. That
Fuck.
law enforcement never put any yellow tape up there at all. The only yellow tape was around the trees that you guys see when I got to the edge of the creek. And when I was standing there, uh, I turned around, and that's when the FBI came. And of course, they're questioning Ted because Ted had just gotten his finger bit off by a raccoon. I know, it's crazy. And
Yeah.
they're like, "Who are you?" And of course, he had a Carhartt jacket on. He had
Oh.
boots, but Ted's pretty skinny. And I wasn't even thinking about it. And this FBI agent goes, they flash their badge, we're FBI, da, da, da. Let me see your ID. No, I didn't have my driver's license, and Ted had his, and he's like, "Well, what happened to your hand? What's wrong with that? What's wrong with your finger?" You know? And Ted's like, okay, can you imagine? I got my finger bit off by a raccoon.
Oh fuck, dude.
Like, who's gonna
Uh,
believe
That's
this?
bullshit, dude. They're fucking out of control, dude. And the reason
No,
I'm
it was
like,
pretty funny though. It was pretty funny that the fact that, like, what are the odds that we get stopped and then Ted has to say he got his leave?
the raccoon bullshit. Yeah.
No, nobody's. But it was fine. It was fine. We turned around and we got up on the bridge, and they said, "You need to go back over there right now," and I was like, "Oh my God, I don't want to walk back across that bridge." And he's like, "Nope, that's the only way you can get back there." So we got up on the bridge, and all of a sudden I look up and I took a picture. It was kind of hard to see. I still have that picture. And this drone is buzzing. Zzz, same drone like I had 3 weeks before, buzzing over me, watching and making sure we went, back across. So
Fuck. Yeah, it's wild times, dude. Julian Powell, I'm not gonna lie, he's suspicious with all the shit I know now, dude. Like, he was probing for, like, some, I don't know what, God knows what, dude. That guy's suspicious. And the fact that all the Richard threats were on his 4chan thread, even more suspicious. Like, and the Muslim shit. Don't get me started on the Indian Muslim bullshit, dude. That's a whole rabbit hole,
Oh,
dude.
did you watch that, guys? Did you guys did you watch that video? The series that he did early on, Alex, about
Well,
where they had done some training nearby and all that stuff. Did you watch all that?
no,
Oh,
probably
hey,
bullshit.
it is now. It is very interesting. Do you guys like the OGs in this whole thing? You guys remember the guy that came onto the scene? He was doing a lot of filming, and he was talking about the Muslims that were connected to potentially to this, and the way they would kill people, and they had no.
It's
But
too
it was
much,
interesting.
bro.
Alex, I know, it was a really pretty good.
Well, I know, dude. I believe it,
Yeah, it
and
was pretty good. You got it. It was pretty good.
I got to hear that shit, dude. Because I've seen too much Muslim
Yeah, but
bullshit on this case, dude.
the real
Too
talk
much.
is that this
You guys
this
remember
case
it,
is
right?
full of so much misinformation that
Yeah,
like I've
the
never seen
Muslim shit
anything
feels
so
like a
fucking
troll.
fucked
It
in my
does feel
life.
like a troll or a gag, huh, Prof? Like,
Well, I'm just saying that
oh,
yeah, this case is full of it. It's I've never
yeah.
seen a case with so much fucking bullshit in my life, and it's a lot of the locals who talk it. You
There
Yeah.
was
know?
a guy, you guys know, there was a guy that came from out of state. He was filming it. He had like his YouTube channel. I bet he was probably about, I would guess him to be about 40 years old. And he was doing like he was like doing a journalistic stuff. Like it wasn't Anthony Greeno, okay. This was a guy,
Hey,
sorry,
you.
this was like this
Hell
legit
yeah, no,
guy.
bro.
This is a legit guy coming to town, and he was walking the trail, and he went to a local jihadi training campground not very far from Delphi, and talking about like if they were to do hit, like they do hits, and this is the kind of stuff that they do. And he connected like drugs and girls and all this stuff together. Do you guys remember that? It was
Yes,
in
Yeah.
the
yes.
I mean, it might be off of YouTube. It's probably erased off of YouTube now. I can't remember the guy's
I mean,
name.
it's one of the million things. It's just like what the fuck ever to me. It's like
It did make me pause for like, I did look into that for a little bit.
well, yeah. I mean, it's just like that there's so much and so many people. I'm not. It's such a fucking headache. You know, it's like this is the thing I'm saying, Julie. Everyone there, no, there's people locally who know what happened. Like it could be that simple, in my opinion.
Bro.
I mean,
The problem with
I
this case.
personally think that these girls, these these girls were silenced. These girls were killed for a purpose to silence somebody, whether it was them or somebody else, and the message that was left on them was meant for the person that they are connected to. That this was meant for a specific person. I believe that everything is. I believe that from the very beginning, and then as this case grew, oh my gosh, it's like this big, you know,
well, Julie, like
grew to
as
something
soon
it
as these
wasn't.
jurors see the crime scene pics and they see Libby, they're gonna know in their guts that that's a fucking hit as well. I mean,
May,
I
may I
mean,
say
Yeah, no.
my
may I
People on
opinion.
the
say
network said
something?
this case was solved on
Yes.
February
Welcome
14th.
back, Noe.
Exactly.
Yeah, may I say something that I forgot to mention? Um,
Yes.
how the bodies were left, with their throats slashed. Um, it it doesn't mean that the girls knew something, but the slashing of the throats is a message for the person who's alive who talked.
Yeah.
Mhm.
You know, um, in other words, the girls' throats were slashed to send a message to the person who's still alive, who actually talked.
Fuck.
Well, we know that Derek was a was a
informant,
informant and a federal informant as well. So I mean, isn't that kind of what was going on?
Wait a second, Prof. I'll be the devil's. Well, I'll be the
Sure.
other. Let me
Be
see
the
if you
devil.
be the devil's advocate, right? Well, wait a minute. Becky and Mike went out on a on Drunk Turkey show, and they said, "Is it true that Derek was ever a confidential informant?" And they said, "Oh no, 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 no. That's just a rumor."
Well, they've said a lot of things that don't line up with reality.
Mm-hmm. Fuck.
My bad. My bad.
Did you remember, Julie, how bad I got attacked when the Stevenson shit came out, and I wasn't even the one pushing that shit out at the time? I was already moved on to other shit. And
yeah, who attacked you on that? Who did that?
I don't want you. You could guess, but it was like people
okay,
that wanted the case to be solo and done, basically.
Oh, I still think there might be something.
There is. It's mess shit, dude.
To that, yeah.
And this year they said similar mastermind. They threw away the orchestrator term.
I want to tell you something real quick
somebody
about
else
that.
carried it out. Similar orchestrator last year. Somebody else carried it out. Delphi, orchestrator mastermind. Somebody else carried it out. You know.
That's interesting. So I just want to tell you something because I was listening to you and Prof on I was on my walk. It was probably 2 or 3 weeks ago. You guys were having a live or whatever. And I was listening to it, and everybody knows I've done some crazy stuff with this Delphi case to try to get it solved, including talking to multiple psychics, but whatever, lead me astray. So I went up to Fort Wayne, which was fine. I went up there, searched around, spent the whole day. My poor husband went with me because I was told this killer went up there to Fort Wayne, worked on some kind of trucks, did something with the tankers, and went to this pilot station. So we staked out at this pilot station. Okay, I know it's crazy.
Yeah.
Here's my thing. I thought if I find one thing that leads to a fact, I have a day off. I'm gonna go up there. I'll do it. Okay. If we can get it ends to the means. Okay. So I went up there, and Ted and I searched all over the place. And he's like, "Oh my God, are you kidding me? I'm ready to leave." So we were in this pilot station. There was a weapons area inside it, and the truckers come in, they take showers. So I guess like a pilot state, I don't know if they have to get a number or however it works. But I was told that the psychic guy told me like, "Hey, go up there. He hangs out here. This is where he goes, blah, 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 blah." And he was giving me like specific information. I'm like, okay, this is kind of crazy, but okay, I'll follow it. And so finally at 4 o'clock, Ted's like, "It's time to leave. I am not doing this crazy stuff." So I said, "Okay, let's go." So I went. I said, "Wait, I want to go back to the pilot station and buy a couple things." And I said, because there was this taser that was on the back of the counter, which, by the way, this guy told me, and I'm like, "Hey, you've been there before." He's like, "No, I haven't," because he told me that there would be this tasers on the back counter, and it's a big, like 2 million volts, blah blah blah. I'm like, "How would you know that?" And sure enough, there was, and I said, I bought that. I bought a couple other things, and I said, "Hey, where's the guy that was working here?" And he's like, "Oh," she said, he left. And I said, "I know this is crazy." And she goes, "Yeah, I've seen you here all day, in and out." I said, I said, "This is crazy. Some psychic sent me up here." And I said, "Have you ever heard of the Delphi murders?" And she's like, "Delphi murders?" She's like, "No." She was like, "Is that in Chicago?" I said, "No, no, no. Libby and Abby, they got killed on a bridge, the Delphi murders." And she goes, "No." She goes, "Wait a minute. Wait, 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 wait." And she said, "You know what? My girlfriend that works 15 minutes away at the pilot station, she called me a couple weeks ago. And she called me about 3 o'clock in the morning because she was cleaning the bathroom where they go and take the showers. And she said she lifted up the toilet seat and it said, 'I killed the Delphi girls.' And she called me and said, 'Hey, is this anything to worry about?' She said it was written in Sharpie." She goes, "Oh my God, I told her just to forget about it. I didn't think it was anything." I said, "Are you serious?" She was like, "Yeah." So I did report that to Jerry Holman. And you know what? Of all things that I was up there for, that was the only thing that did pan out to be like, I never expected this lady to say that. But it was up outside of Maryville, um, or Fort Wayne, excuse me, Fort Wayne. And it was at the pilot station. And she said it was 15 minutes from the one that we were at, which we were at the one, I think it was off of I-69, whatever, and she said it was 15 minutes away.
Ooh,
So
that's crazy.
What's crazy is it was like at this truck stop, But didn't you say that there was some maybe potential
Yeah, there
connect
is for sure.
to the Stevenson case
That
or
means
something?
trafficking, drugs or human,
Also
either
indicates a
direction.
trucker, kind of.
Yeah, and even the 4chan
Hmm.
shit that talked about more than one suspect. They were talking about a trucker in Delphi too, and everybody's heard those rumors since forever, dude. Whether it had to do with the Packers plan or otherwise, farmer bullshit store, farm supply store, whatever. It's always a trucker. Fucking that implies criminal shit more than trucker serial killer, basically. At
Hmm.
this point, at this juncture, you know.
I mean, for that lady, she wasn't making it up at all. She's like, "Oh my God, are you kidding
It
me?"
probably could be true, dude, and that would be the more violent over 6 foot person that they're saying they're
I
looking for still.
I believe that the cashier was telling the truth, and I believe that the lady was telling the truth. But we don't know if somebody was toying with them. But I thought it was really odd
Yeah,
because it was in 2018 and it was on
yeah,
the underside of a toilet seat at a truck stop. I mean, that's a little. I
too
mean,
much. Yeah,
it is. It's a little bit odd, and it's up there. Somebody asked me, did Mike Patty let I think Cody drive his classic car? Which honestly, I didn't even know he had a car like that. And,
yeah.
until do you guys know what kind of car he had? This
The
classic car.
Comet or some bullshit. Is that the one they're looking for?
Well, that's the one. That's one of the ones that somebody said they saw there. Now, I
Yeah.
want to know what happened to the purple car.
Fuck. Yeah, the PT Cruiser, right?
Yeah, because
Wasn't that
okay,
Dude,
I'm
wasn't
I've
that
heard
a
rumors it's at the
PT
Stevenson scene
Cruiser?
too.
Is that what you said,
okay.
Alex? A PT
Wait. Oh
Cruiser?
wait,
Mm-hmm.
Alex. Okay, Alex, I have to know something then.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. There's another guy on Twitter. There's like two crazy guys on Twitter. This guy's from Pennsylvania University, or he's going to Penn State. He's putting all this stuff out there, and it's like all this psychic weird stuff. He was kind of
Yeah, I know what
crazy.
you're talking about. Yeah.
Okay, okay. Wait, his name, I forget his name. Michael, like I don't know, it's Michael something or whatever. It's kind of weird name, and I don't think he's out there anymore. But he was like giving all this detailed stuff, and he was going at ISP, and I want to say Miss Michael's Mrs. I don't forget whatever it is, but anyhow, Manasicle or something like that. And so he was talking about this purple car. So I called Doug Carter. I messaged him. I was like, "Oh my gosh, this! I know you think this is crazy, but this guy on Twitter is talking about some purple car out there." And so I called him. He's like, "Oh yeah, you talking about the plate, the car from out west? That car?" He
Oh
he goes,
man.
the one with the out west plates," and I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Yeah, we know about it." So I didn't know it was out west plates, and I knew.
Dude.
Okay,
Let me tell you something, Julie. That dude in Stevenson's case that was knocking on the door trying to warn them
yeah,
about something, probably their murder, the night they were murdered.
yeah.
He's in LA now and they're
Oh
still they're
my
still
God.
suspicious of him. They are still suspicious of
Oh
him.
my God. Okay. So get this. So when I told Doug that, I was like, I was out shopping or whatever, and he called me back, and I'm like, I said, I know this is crazy because crazy. I said, I'm gonna preface it this way. I know nothing. Some crazy psychic guy is putting this out on Twitter, so I'm just gonna reiterate. This is what he's talking about. He's like, are you talking about? Oh, about
Yeah.
we know about the car with the out west plates. And I was like, oh really? Okay, okay. He says, listen, I'm still gonna put you in touch with the number 3 guy in the state. And so I was like, okay. Oh, Nicholas Manasico, I think is his name, the guy on Twitter. So I ended up meeting with whoever this guy was. I'd have to look back to see who he was. And he said, well, none of that panned out what this guy had given you. And so I was like, okay, but that's interesting that you are telling me that the guy with the Stevenson case is from out west with this
He
car,
is, yeah, he's
with
in
a car like
LA.
kind of like
And
that.
they're suspicious of him still. Even though his DNA didn't match, they're suspicious that he knew what happened. Just like a Daniel Webb character or Danny Taylor or a lot of other people in Delphi. You know all the names from the
There's drug.
beginning.
I think it's a drug connection.
It's
It's a
drugs
drug.
because
It's
that's
a
why the
running
family
running
would be all
through. It's a
shaky and
drug
not wanting
connection.
to give up
Yep,
the shit. And then
it's
they
a
give
drug
up the
connection.
shit when I tell them, yeah, drug connection. And Charles Stevenson's into drugs,
Mm-hmm.
Indiana.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you scratch that, he was a chaplain for the jails.
Mm-hmm.
He could have heard something. the truck stop, trafficking up the ass, drugs and human,
Mhm.
whatever.
Mhm,
It's just it is baseline drugs. Drugs is always the baseline before the human and everything else, dark web shit that gets layered on top, whatever.
100%.
Yeah.
I think okay. So the one thing that transcends anything, as far as what connects, the criminals, drugs or sex trafficking. And people are always gonna do the drugs first, and then they'll do the sex trafficking secondary. I mean, because some people won't get into the sex trafficking, but more people are more likely to get into drugs, because if it just affects
Yeah.
them personally, and not like, because
Well,
you're bringing another person in when you're doing the sex
I have
trafficking
some
stuff.
good news, Julie. Stevenson's police say they know who did the Stevenson's murder, but they're just waiting for the final brick, and they're talking about it as it is a drug murder. That was this year, like Coy Cox's confidence.
Oh,
So they
wow.
know, and they're suspicious of that California guy, that he knows who did it as well, because he was banging on their
Oh
shit,
my
trying to warn
gosh.
them,
You
second thoughts, whatever.
how do you infiltrate all this stuff? And then
Yeah.
I've been asked to be a spokesperson on a certain case, which I said I would never get into another case. But there is something, maybe on the side I can talk to you about, because I think I have I mean, I don't know how to figure out. I always say, just look at the person's phone. You can figure this out, right?
Yeah. The
But
phone dumps. Yeah.
what what about when people, like, if it's like a crime that's like happened 8 years ago, and then people throw their phones away, and then you get their current phone. Well, there's nothing on that one, and you can't. I don't know. Somebody said,
Yeah.
Julie, does Mike have a lot of pulling down? Oh, yeah, they all. Yeah, yeah. And to
Yeah, it's
tell law
crazy, dude.
enforcement in town cancel what to do. You guys already saw.
I mean, I feel like they solved it. They already solved it a long time ago, but they settled it outside of court amongst themselves. That's why this shit is so fucking
Mm,
annoying and irritating to them.
mm-hmm.
But at the same time, they got a lot of people that are all like have been invested in this case or fucked over by both, and they're trying to tell them like, "Hey, we settled it. Go fuck yourself. Like, you shouldn't have came here thinking this or that." But it's like, you're stupid, dude. Like, why would you do all that extra shit if you didn't have to? You gave the game away, so you're fucked now. So like, we're all
Mm-hmm.
gonna sit here like the end of the movie, The Thing. We're all sitting here at the end, smoking a cigarette, burning shit around us. We're all gonna burn till the end now. It's like, I don't know why you guys did that. Like, just
Radar.
fess up, and people will be probably leave. To be honest, whether or not you get arrested, but they don't want to do that because they want to reuse the infrastructure down the road for handed down to their whoever they're grooming
That's a
next.
problem. So
Mm-hmm.
this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm talking about. So when people don't, people need to, like, not take take the hand out in front of their face and look at the full picture, because it doesn't matter what you think about something if there's corruption that's occurring before you get to the answer.
Yeah, exactly. It's all meddled
That's
up,
a problem. That's a problem. You can't, like, you know, like I told Prof,
Mm-hmm.
I said, I can have somebody in sinus tachycardia, or it looks like they're in VTAC, but before I treat them in
Yeah.
VTAC, I'm going to look at like
And
20 things
Stevenson's,
before I ever
dude,
do anything.
even after arrest, months after arrest, say something, a murder is connected, and then they go back and say it's not connected 3 days later. That has never been seen before in true crime history, cold case history. That is criminal underworld, bullfuckery, all the dark web chomos on the case doing their bullshit. Never
Hmm.
been seen before. As maybe Epstein case, I saw that shit with Reddit
Yeah.
and shit. But it's like total criminal underworld bullshit fuckery.
I think somebody's being paid, and like, okay,
Yeah.
so Radar said, what, I'll help, what do you need? And then she also said, hey, you owe me, Doug, which, until Crime Night put that out, I did not know. Okay, so here was my take when I heard Mike Patty telling Doug Carter, you owe me, you owe me. Like, they talked about how they traveled around and everything, and he said, yeah, you owe me. I took that as Mike Patty knows something about how bad law enforcement messed up, and he's willing to forego what he knows that would really truly corrupt, would expose the whole
Well,
thing. But Doug Carter is going to have to make everything right and make this all turn out right. And basically, you owe me. That's how I
well,
took that.
too,
How do
and
you guys take it?
I take it too. It's probably Dude, you got rivals, Becky, Patty, and rivals, Patty family, and whoever else. But like rivals that hate each other, they've spoken bad about each other, right? But
Yeah.
they're on the same page as Alan Solo, Barriott, behind the scenes, right? And they all have the golden rule: no
Yeah.
chomo shit, no drugs, no hit.
Hey
All have
guys,
that same rule.
it's basically what Prof has called the fuckery clusterfull bullshit. Good old boy
Yeah,
system, cover me, scratch my back, I scratch your back.
it's like, dude, I
Cover,
think people will be
look
more
out for me, I
calm.
look out for
Yeah,
you.
Puny
It's
system.
in every fucking county that I lived in, dude. I've lived in Wayne County, Costasco County, Wabash County, Noble County.
Uh-oh.
It's I've seen it all, dude. In the 25 years I lived here in the state of Indiana, I've been a fucking victim of it as well. Especially in Costasco County, dude. I was a school teacher there. I got in a uh, feud with a local kid that was racist, skinhead basically, and and he almost killed me with a baseball bat.
Oh my gosh.
And when we went to court, dude, the judge said stalemate because supposedly I threw the first punch. Okay, let's say I threw the first punch. Yeah, sure. But this dude almost beat me up with a bat, bro. He, I had
God damn.
13 blows to my body,
That's
my
horrible.
head, my nose, my jaw, my knee.
I can't believe there's 191 people still on here. It's
I know
2:30.
it's
It's
too
And
lit, dude.
3:30, man.
and
It's
the
too
judge in
lit.
Costasco County ruled that it was
Please
he,
put the like button. It's 103 people that did the like button, but you got that many people on.
it's basically what you call the clusterphobe fuckery bullshit good old boy. Okay, nobody's gonna say shit. And well, I was trying to actually get out of here because I'm gonna grab my guitar next. But
Yeah.
let me say something that um,
Knowing Knuckles, that's funny.
that no matter what it is, bro. If you're if the judge is the uncle or the nephew or something involved in some kind of legal issue and you have to go face the judicial system. If you're connected, nobody's gonna say shit.
Yeah.
In every county that I've lived in, it's happened. I've seen it all. In Wayne County, when I worked for Richmond High School, I witnessed um, one of my soccer players, who was the son of
Hmm.
the state hospital director, fuck up weekend after weekend, weekend after weekend. Like PI, OWI, and he was only like 16, 17, okay? And he was our star soccer player. And he was the son of the state director, state hospital in Richmond, Indiana. And our athletic director always cleared them, clear. And we won the fucking conference and the area championship because we always had this kid. And I'm not gonna say his name, but I mean that's what's happening in Carroll County. It's the clusterfuck fuckery of the good old boy
Yeah.
bullshit. Indiana, county to county, area to area, family to family, all capacities. And I'm gonna cut out, guys, because my battery again
Okay.
is running low.
Well, thank
Hey,
you so
man.
much, Noe. And I see Julie said she's leaving too.
Hey guys,
Okay.
Yeah,
thank
I'm
you
about
guys.
to wrap
Thank
it
you
up
guys all
too, dude.
for being
Right
on here.
on.
It's good talking with
It
you,
was a
Alex.
good,
And
dude. Yeah, it was
yeah, it was
good.
good.
It's
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
we'll
called.
keep working
You
on
know
it.
what
Like,
Yeah.
I call it the yeehaw system.
It's like Knott's Berry
Hey, have a
Farm,
you're
good
dude.
night.
funny.
Knott's
I
Berry
love you
Noe,
too,
Farm.
Lee. I
I'm
love you
sorry.
guys.
No,
Yeah.
you're. I mean, Cheech and Chong is always I think about you.
Okay, girl. All right. I
I
love you
know, straight
Yeah.
guys.
out of heaven. You're
I'm gonna
funny.
cut out.
Like you
Okay.
got to like okay.
Bye bye.
So you guys, hey, thanks for joining. I gotta go because literally I'm I'm getting up at 5:30.
Yeah.
Already, yeah, I gotta do 24 tomorrow. So guys, thanks a lot. It was
Go get
fun.
some rest.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
You
get
guys
some
too.
rest. You have a good one.
Okay.
It was a good
Thank you
one. It was
guys.
really
Yeah.
good. Hell yeah.
I'll talk to you guys later.
All right, sounds
All
good.
right.
Julie.
Okay.
Hell yeah. All right,
One for the
Prophet, I'm gonna let
record
you do your
books, bro.
outro, man. It was
Yeah.
good, man. It went better than I thought. I didn't know what was happening tonight, but that went way better. But fuck, man, you do your outro, and I'll be on here fucking next couple weeks, man. We got some receipts to unload, and there's some good ones, man. But
Yeah,
that
yeah.
was a good live, man.
We got some work to do this month, bro.
Hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
It's only getting started, man. We're early in the month still.
Yeah, man, thanks for being here too. Poor Adrian. Adrian dipped out. She was all tired.
Sure.
She
Dude,
sat
it's so
here and
good. She still
listened.
made it.
She was hanging out, and geez, who else? Four Pits had to dip. He was hanging out, and
Yeah, that's sick.
geez, I just really appreciate all the community coming together and getting putting our heads together before this
It's a good time, man.
gets started, man. And I think we're going to be doing a lot more of it in this next month.
Hell yeah, man.
And,
all right, man. Peace out. I'm calling it a night. You do your outro, man. You have a good one.
Good night, brother.
All right. Thanks for having me on, man. All right, later.
All right. Well, am I looking tired yet? Alex Voorhees, y'all. Noe Amos, Julie Melvin, Josh Johnson, and Adrian of In Light, In the Dark. I think that covered them all pretty much. Wow, what a great chat with everybody, and you guys in the chat. Jesus, you hung in there too. So you guys, listen. I think we covered a lot of ground. I think that you guys out there in the real world can see the thoughts, minds, and hearts of some of our community members here surrounding the Delphi murders scenario, which is a horrible scenario. But we all love each other. We all have such a good heart for God and for justice, and it is my hopes that hey, this is not for nothing. Okay, not for nothing. Let's see. I'm going to take a look at a few of your comments on the way out. Let me just say that now's a good time to say, please feel free to support the channel if you feel so inclined. We have our pathways, okay, like Cash App and Super Chats and Buy Me a Coffees and all the ways to support the channel financially. We also have for Noe, he is accepting donations in the form of a Amazon wish list because there are some items that Noe could use to help him better cover boots on the ground during the trial. So Noe has a little wish list with some various items that would be extremely helpful for him getting footage during the trial over the next month or so or more. So we got that going on, and then I ask you to hit the like, and if you're on the replay, please on the replay, you guys leave a comment down below. And I know it's the end of the stream is the wrong time to ask for that, but hopefully if you've watched the replay, you have left some comments, and if you haven't, please consider that. The comments help continue the conversation in a very real way, and I promise you, I do read all the comments. I try to reply to some, and hit the little heart on the comments to let you know that I've seen them. Um, and most of all, I would like to thank not only my guests, but my guests in the chat. All of you in the chat during the live stream, you've really made it a memorable experience. I try as much as I can to throw as many comments onto the screen so that those watching can see those comments. And finally, just the biggest thanks in the world to my guests who came on and took hours out of their day. Here we go, 4 hours out of their beautiful Friday night to come on and speak truth and love and compassion to justice for Abby and Libby. And I want to thank them for that, because imagine that these people, they talk all day, every day about this case. And you know how I know? Because I talk to most of them every day. So guarantee you that this conversation never ends. And I've said before, if you're looking at the millions of dollars that are going into the prosecution of this case and the defense of this case, think about this. Think about the millions of man hours by people just like us that have been invested and gone into this case. And still, where are we? I ask you, where are we? I've admonished early on in the show and in the past days, I've said, you know what? The truth is already out there about these murders. The question is, when are you going to accept it? So that's my deal. And anyway, God bless you all. I will join you in the chat in about 2 minutes as we close out. So before we go, I'll try to say good night to everyone. I'm scrolling this chat. Okay. Let's see. All right, we got chat. I'm trying to get through some of these. All right. Okay. And we made it to the bottom yet? All right, here we go. Here we go. So let's say, there we go. We're to the bottom. So we'll say thank you to Indy Sandy, Criminal Network, Cromley, Radar, Zero Cool, Woman Doing, Heather Brown, Housebroken, Rebecca Ann, Veronica, Kayla, DB, Woman Doing. Did I say that already? Heather Brown, did I say that? Jeez. Margaret, Lisa, Jojo, and Housebroken. And I'll say good night to, who else was in here? Haunted Parlor, Iva Apophis, Ashley Nudo, Emerald Wonderland, Radar, Jamie, Cromley, Ben Pat, Tammy Martin. And hey, I'll stop here because I've gotten quite a way up, but there's hours and hours of scrolling to catch all of your attendance here. But everyone who attended the live chat, thank you for the live chat again. And especially thank you to my contributors tonight. It's a New Day, Heather Brown, Michelle N., and Tammy Martin all gave super stickers and super chats. And I want to thank them for their support in that way. And anyway, God bless you all. Also, there you go. Mar R, Veronica, and Just James, Digital. Okay. Judy Hathaway, Shay Watson. And I think that just about covers it. Zero Cool, of course. There he is. So, yeah, all of you who have stuck around, thank you so much. Hope this resource will be here for you for quite a while on the replay in the recorded live streams available on YouTube. So God bless you all. Thank you so much for contributing to the channel. And we'll see you later. And God bless Libby and Abby. Good night.